Thank you so much, Jose and Brenda, and thank you for leading us and being the first one in our return to this tradition. Thank you. That brings us to the next item, superintendent and board recognitions. Tonight, we are honoring our school board student representative, Connie Aquili.
Sure, yeah, definitely. And first, thank you again to our wonderful Pledge of Allegiance opportunity there. We have a certificate of recognition for Connie. And first of all, let me just say, not first of all again, but let me just say, Connie, thank you so much for serving on the board and this work. It's been a long year. I know you know that. One of the great things about being a board representative is that you get to hear all of the conversations that we're having as it pertains to the work of our board, and also conversations that we've had on the side. Mrs. Connie was also very eye-opening for me as well. I appreciate your ability to, bring your concerns to me, in not only a tactful way, but in a special way. And I wanted to say thank you for at least allowing me to work with you this year. I know the board is very appreciative to your work. And it goes without saying that this has been a service opportunity, right? You've served in this capacity for a whole year. And so whenever you want to come back and run for the school board, I'm pretty sure you'll have some votes. Thank you so much for the work that you've done for the school district of Beloit. And I know our student body is super happy to have you as their representative.
Connie, come on down. Let's take this time to have a rousing thank you for our board representative, student board representative, Connie Aquili. Connie has done an outstanding job as a representative. She represents the Board of Education to the Beloit student body, sharing to her fellow students how the board functions as it takes steps to bring the best possible education to all of Beloit students. And she represents the Beloit student body to us by sharing the opinions and suggestions of her peers. It has truly been an honor and a privilege for me to get to know Connie. I can think of no one who deserves praise and appreciation more than she. Connie is a shining example for the school district of Beloit. Connie is thoughtful, well-spoken, curious, responsible, kind, humorous, determined, intelligent, and courageous. Connie is headed for a wonderful future in college and her life beyond. We are very lucky and happy to have her as part of our team, now and forever. Once a purple knight, always a purple knight. Connie, you will forever have a place in my heart. It is my hope you will be able to find time to stay in touch and return home to Beloit, where you will always have family and friends waiting with welcoming arms. There's your certificate. This brings us to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, student board report. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's definitely, as Dr. Garrison said, it's been a year, and I truly am proud to be able to represent not only the student body, but the huge amount of students who represent students who have a story like me. Some of you know me in this room because I started originally, my journey with the school district of Beloit started in Merrill, and then I went to Cunningham, then I got to go to the high school. So it's definitely been a journey, and to be able to not only connect with students at BMHS, where I report their opinions and highlight the wonderful achievements that they accomplish, I also highlight the authenticity that they want to bring to the board. And so I truly am proud for that. I also have a few things that I would like to highlight right now that I feel really deserve a good amount of recognition. The essentially Ellington competition, if you've seen their performance, it was amazing. And I really am proud of my peers who were there for their service. The STEP team is having their annual showcase this weekend, so be there. Our sports team, to be a student is one thing, but to be able to be in sports and regardless of your circumstances to just show up, that's a lot. So I really am proud of my peers for that. Youth apprenticeship, the work release. Again, being a student is hard for many, but to be able to help out your family in any way or to just go further in your profession, that's a really big deal. So when I see students like that constantly working on not only themselves and their grades and their future, but also their interest, that to me is a huge deal. And lastly, I mean, our teachers. I feel like you guys hear it a lot, but I think it's important for you to hear from someone who has been in all grades and who's been in the district for quite a while. You guys are amazing. And if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be in this position and I wouldn't be able to feel brave enough to not only show up, but to hear my voice and to spread the truth. So thank you to not only the teachers in here, but the teachers who have touched me in the school district of Beloit and just showed up for me. I mean, there was so many times where I thought I wouldn't be able to go forward and share my story, but thanks to you guys just being there, I really grew a lot of courage. I also would like to reach out to the younger kids who are, some are out here, which is great. Keep striving forward, keep sharing your story, keep being you. That's the best thing you can do. And I'm glad there's a few of them here today. Thank you to the 2 students who were doing the pledge, even to just public speak. It's hard for many, so for them to do that and just do the pledge, that was great. And the students in here right now who probably are gonna return here, I'm not, I'm a senior, but be sure to not only be yourself, but to share your truth no matter what boundaries are in front of you, no matter who tries to hold you back. Share your voice, because that's the most important thing to do when you're in a position like this. It starts with staying true to yourself. So I would just like to say that, and I'm grateful for the board. I'm grateful for those on here who did not only give a welcoming smile when I joined, but also ask me questions or ask for my opinion on things. I really do appreciate that, and I'm thankful for being on here with you guys. Congratulations, Tom. Congratulations, Board President Tia Johnson. I'm really excited for you guys Tia to return back on the board, and Tom, this is going to be a great journey for you. But yeah, thank you all.
Are there any board questions or comments? Brian Nichols?
Well, Connie, thank you for the nice things you said about us, but it's all about you tonight, and we're so thankful that you stepped up. You were voted on by the students, and you've been on the board for a year, and you've been a breath of fresh air for us, I believe. And those words that you just shared are way beyond your years, but they are so pointed and so right on target. Never be afraid to speak. That's one of the beautiful things about this country, is we have the freedom to speak. And so, yeah, don't ever forget that. We wish you nothing but success as you move forward. And as Board President Johnson said, yeah, you're Beloit, you're Purple Knight forever, and don't forget where you came from, and we want to see you and hear how things are going. Wish you the best. God bless you.
Anyone else? Okay.
Is it okay to jump in?
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Megan.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to say congratulations and good luck with everything. And if you ever need like a letter of recommendation, words of encouragement, an ear to listen, I know all of us are here for you, and we're all really proud of everything that you've been able to do, and we're proud of everything that you'll become. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Hearing none, that brings us to public comment. We ask that if you are here for public comment, that you fill out a public comment card and give it to Board Secretary Shope. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak on their topic of interest or concern. Should you require translation assistance, a translator may be provided by the district or one of your choosing. Public comments requiring translation will be given 6 minutes, all others 3 minutes, and you may have an extra up to 9 minutes if 2 people will yield their time. They will also have to fill out cards. Ms. Shope, do we have any public comments?
Yes, I have one email, and then I have several people in the room.
Okay, let's, since we only have one email one, let's get that one out of the way.
Okay. The email is from Mike Zorrell. I demand that you sever all ties with New Root immediately. This organization is leading our schools down a dangerous path, using our children as guinea pigs for their radical, untested social experiments. New Root's so-called restorative circles are nothing short of a psychological assault on our students. Forcing children to participate in intrusive discussions about deeply personal and emotional issues, often without parental consent, is not just unethical, it's a flagrant violation of their privacy and mental well-being. Teachers are not trained therapists, and subjecting them to handle these sensitive matters is reckless and irresponsible. This dangerous practice exposes our kids to potential trauma and long-term psychological damage. Adding insult to injury, President Johnson, I need to stop there. I believe that if I continue, the next part will contradict board policy.
Thank you, Secretary Shope. Friends, neighbors, Beloiters, we want and encourage public participation at our board meetings. I believe our district will improve and be strengthened with input from everyone in the district, students, staff, and citizens. Our board meetings are prescribed by Wisconsin State Statute, Chapter 19, and by our board policies. It is imperative the public realize we board members are individuals working and acting as one to provide you a service and our students and constituents a service. Verbally attacking any one board member or district employee will not be tolerated. We are in the Barbara Hickman boardroom. Ms. Hickman served the School District of Beloit with a spirit of excellence and held herself and others to high standards. I want to continue to follow Ms. Hickman's model. Therefore, I require you to refrain from individual attacks. This is Board Policy 187, public participation at board meetings. All of us here know we have a tremendous amount of work ahead of us in the next few months. We all bring special talents, skills, and knowledge to the board. We want the best, all of us want the best for each person here and for our students. We all need one another's best spirit, patience, and consideration of one another as colleagues and neighbors in our collective pursuit of excellence. Thank you. Public comment. Is there? Thank you.
Yes, we have public comment here in the room. The first person I have is Shirley W.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Apologize. I didn't realize that I am a W, but I am a W because my last name is not shared currently. Thank you, board. Those of you who are in the room and also hearing my voice, the School District of Beloit has done an excellent job of building up students' courage and dedication, making sure that they become adults as a whole person, that they have confidence to stand up and speak, as the young man did today, he and his sister, when they led the Pledge of Allegiance. I want to encourage the school board to continue to guide students with courage and dedication by being able to resolve the budget, whether that means that we actually are able to eliminate the $10.9 million, or whether or not the citizens in Beloit are confident that we can pass a referendum for you to have additional money. We need the money. Is money or cut? And I'm not willing to cut. I believe the School District of Beloit does an excellent, excellent job. You build confidence. Students have patience, and they love to serve their community. I have been away for a couple of years, and I can't tell you how many students that I engaged in prior that are now leaders in the community. Please continue to encourage them by doing the right thing in building the School District of Beloit for our community. Each one of you are important. And together, you guys build unity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Amy M.
Hello, can you hear me okay? My name is Amy. I'm a Purple Knight. I graduated in 2004, and that's why the topic I'm about to speak on is so meaningful to me, because I grew up here. It's an honor and a privilege to be here and to represent the DLI program for Converse Elementary School. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is where it's at in 2024, and especially in Beloit. It's crucial here, our community. It is a source of personal pride that my son and I have had the opportunity to be part of this program, the dual language program at Converse Elementary School. And I am imploring you to not pause it and to expand it, to others, to have this chance too. My son is in first grade right now. He's also special needs, so diversity, equity, inclusion are particularly important to me in that regard. He's been in this program since pre-K, so for 3 years. Miss Westbury and Miss Garcia, the two teachers, are two of the finest I've ever met in my life. And he has had them for the past 2 years. That continuity for the kids has been amazing. My son can read, speak, and write in both English and Spanish, along with the traditional studies in math, science, social studies, library, gym, and music. It's holistic, and it is giving him an opportunity that I wish everyone had. I have watched videos of the children on Cesa learning how to roll their R's, and videos of them reading books to each other in English and Spanish. My son and a girl in her class at one point were translating books to each other back and forth from English and Spanish. There are maps on the walls in the hallway showing where the children's families are from. And it is nice for me and my son as primary English speakers to have this chance that we get to participate in this program. However, I stand with the students and parents in our community whose primary language is Spanish. This is a significantly large population in Beloit, which further underlines DLI's importance. I believe that the more students that have the opportunity to participate in the program, the higher the benefit to all, to Beloit as a community and to society overall. The DLI program is necessary and a benefit to Beloit. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this topic. I hope that my words will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Is Tulio Duran in the room?
Yes.
Okay, our next person is Lisa S., and she needs a translator.
Good evening.
Buenas tardes.
My name is Lisa Stanton.
Mi nombre es Lisa Stanton.
My address is 519 Turtle Creek Drive,
Mi dirección es 519 Turtle Creek Drive,
Delavan, Wisconsin,
en Delavan, Wisconsin,
53115.
53115.
I am a 4K teacher
Soy una maestra de cuarto grado
at Converse Elementary.
en la escuela primaria Converse.
I have had a wonderful opportunity to teach at 3 great schools in Beloit.
He tenido la maravillosa oportunidad de enseñar en 3 escuelas hermosas en Beloit.
Merrill,
La escuela Merrill,
Gaston,
Gaston
Converse.
y la escuela Converse.
The students, families, staff,
Los estudiantes, las familias y los administradores
and dedicated building administrators
y los personas dedicadas en las escuelas
have made me a better person and a teacher.
han hecho de mí una mejor persona y maestra.
Today, I am speaking on behalf of the DLI program at Converse.
Hoy hablo en representación del programa de DLI, el programa de doble inmersión en la escuela Converse.
On the board doc, under budget reductions, the district is considering the following:
En el documento de la Junta, bajo reducción de presupuesto, el distrito está considerando lo siguiente:
a pause of expansion of dual language immersion program at Converse Elementary,
una pausa de expansión del programa de inmersión de DLI en la escuela primaria Converse.
Additionally, I wanted to bring to your attention
Además, quiero traer a su atención
that our 4K DLI has not received Spanish instruction this year.
que nuestro programa de DLI del 4K no ha recibido instrucción en español este año.
Please understand the lasting impact that the decision and issues have on our students, families, and excellent DLI staff.
Por favor, entiendan el impacto duradero que la decisión y el problema mencionado tienen sobre nuestros estudiantes, familias y el excelente personal del programa de inmersión de inglés y español.
We need to remember that our strength is our diverse community. Thank you.
Tenemos que recordar que nuestra fortaleza está en una comunidad diversa. Muchas gracias.
Are there any other?
There are, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
So the next person I have is Stephanie R., and Melissa R. is yielding her time.
Just really quick, I just wanted to remind anyone that wants to speak, you do not have to share your home address. You write it on the card so we have the information, but you don't have to say that into the mic.
All right, good evening, Dr. Garrison and members of the school board. Before I get started with what I really want to talk about, I wanted to mention one thing, and that is with the closure of the West Side schools. I know that was very contentious, and we had a lot of back and forth over that, but I do want to say that it has given me the opportunity to work with a lot of students that I might never have ever gotten to meet or work with. So I am grateful for that, because I did meet a lot of awesome students in our buildings this year that lived on the other side of town that I might never have gotten to meet before. So I do want to put that out there. I am a teacher at Aldrich. I teach 7th grade language arts, and I'd like to speak to you here tonight about student accountability regarding behaviors and academics. I do teach 7th grade ELA at Aldrich, and while I do give huge props to our admin team of Joe Vrydoxson and Bertling and Sheila Marshall, I do have to say that each time I hear it reported that we have no discipline problems in our buildings, I cringe. You cannot do a 15-minute walkthrough of a building and see a true picture of what teachers and other staff go through on a daily basis regarding student discipline. If you want a true picture, you have to come spend a day in our classrooms, sit through an entire high school lunch period, spend an entire recess period with the classes at elementary buildings, walk through the halls during passing periods. Last year, I saw a girl's nose get broken in a fight. One of our 8th grade teachers suffered a concussion trying to break up a fight as she was pushed backwards into a wall. I've been cussed at by students and parents when I'm trying to discuss this disruptive behavior. There is a discipline problem in our schools, and until we all admit this and begin looking at it and really following the school handbook regarding holding students accountable for their behavior, you will continue to lose students and teachers to other districts. While 95% of our students are outstanding and well-behaved, it is just that little 5% who are not and who disrupt the learning of all and give our district that bad name. Please help us hold these students accountable and allow us to teach in an environment that's free of violence and disruptions. The second case of student accountability I wish to discuss with you is that of an academic nature. While I totally agree that our students have suffered greatly during the COVID pandemic and virtual school, we cannot continue to use this as an excuse to keep passing them on to the next grade level, regardless of their achievement and failing grades. We've had failing students being passed into the next grade long before the pandemic even hit. It's kind of become a big joke with students, and I've even had many tell me, "It don't matter what I get, you can't fail me. I get passed even if I fail every subject. My mom says you can't keep me back, so it doesn't matter. I can get all Fs and I still get to move on." There's no academic accountability for our students until they get to the high school. And by then, these students have already developed bad habits regarding their work ethic, and they begin their high school career already behind and struggling. How are we preparing our students for the real world and a career when we allow them to turn in 0 work, but still get a 50% grade for it? And despite all the studies and research that shows a child who receives a 50% is more likely to turn in more work or feel less anxious about a grade than a child who receives a 0, I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. Also, there are many of our parents who don't understand this grading, and when they see a 50% grade, They don't realize this really means their child is failing or has turned in nothing, and therefore they're not understanding when their child does fail a subject and they're confused. As an educator, it bothers me to pass on a child to the next grade when I know that they're ill-prepared and I'm setting them up for more failure in their future. Please reconsider the grading procedures we have and give us the tools we need. More interventionists, more Tier 3 classes, tutors, things that will help our students be successful adults and community members. We cannot hold our students to high standards when we consistently lower the bar. Thank you for listening.
Next, I have Carolyn L.
Good evening, and I'd like to go off of what Stephanie said. There are some wonderful students in this district. Jose is a former student of mine, so I'm very proud of him. I'm here to talk about discipline as well. Students running out of the class and even out of the building. Students causing their class to evacuate their classroom for safety purposes. Students being disrespectful and insubordinate to staff. These are all unfortunately common occurrences within our schools. These behaviors disrupt the learning environment of our schools. So what do? First, ensure that we have smaller class sizes. Not 33 in a classroom at one school and 18 students in a classroom at another school, but smaller class sizes across the district. And class sizes increase when classrooms are being split up due to lack of substitutes. Smaller class sizes would ensure teachers are able to make more meaningful connections with their students and meet their individual needs in a more effective manner. Second, we were told this year that teachers were not allowed to write office-managed referrals. We could only write classroom-managed referrals. The processing of referrals and consequences are not consistent with the Code of Conduct. Allow teachers to maintain accurate behavior data to bring to SIT meetings or other behavior meetings to allow us to best support a student's behavioral needs. Next, in the midst of the reconfiguration, the self-contained therapeutic classrooms were dissolved, sending those students with significant behaviors into the mainstream classrooms without a clear support plan for such a major transition. Why did this happen, and how does this help sustain a successful learning environment for any student? If we do not offer a therapeutic classroom, maybe there are other options for our students with significant behavior concerns. Have we looked into the option of allowing outside counseling into our schools to alleviate the transportation issues families currently have when it comes to seeking outside counseling? We have some great students in our district. There's a large handful of disruptors, though, that need more support that a regular classroom teacher is not able to, give them. So let's get more paras, one in every grade level in every building to help support our students. There are students who would greatly benefit from having a para who could just take them for a quick walk in the halls to allow them to talk through their frustrations and come back to the classroom refocused and ready to learn. This also would allow teachers to continue supporting the rest of the students in the classroom with little disruption to their learning. Also, administration and coaches acting as interventionists are constantly being pulled out of our building for district meetings, meaning you are pulling our support. Our district has so many great opportunities to offer our families. There are so many amazing staff members in this district who want the best for all of our students. We hold our students to a high standard when it comes to academics and extracurriculars. So why can't we start holding our students to a high standard of behavior expectations? Support our teachers, support our students. Learning cannot happen if it keeps being disrupted. Thank you.
Next, I have James H., and Kathleen B. is yielding her 3 minutes to him.
Hopefully I don't need all 6 minutes. My name is James Hoy, and I teach down the road at Beloit Memorial High School. And I am one of the incoming co-BEA presidents. And I'd like to comment on some of the critical issues on tonight's agenda. First and foremost, effective school discipline is essential for creating a safe and conducive learning environment for all students. When discipline policies are well-defined, consistently enforced, and supported by the staff and community, they contribute significantly to student success and well-being. The expulsion hearing process is on the agenda for tonight, and you will hear about changes to the process that were made a few years back. I encourage you to return to the previous expulsion process that included an independent hearing officer. In the past, the hearing officer was Lori Medina, an attorney hired by the district for this purpose. Using an independent hearing officer for the expulsion process in our district ensures accountability, consistency, and impartiality. Here's why that's important. Accountability. Independent hearing officers are accountable to the process rather than any particular stakeholder or institution. This accountability helps maintain public and staff trust in the disciplinary process and ensures that decisions are based on evidence and legal standards rather than personal biases or institutional pressures. Consistency. Using independent hearing officers promotes consistency in the decision-making across different cases and district buildings. Since these officers are trained professionals, they are more likely to apply consistent standards and guidelines in evaluating expulsion cases. Impartiality. An independent hearing officer is a neutral third party who can adjudicate the case without bias or conflict of interest. Secondly, tonight you will be presented with information about possible benefit changes for staff. These proposed changes have never been discussed or even mentioned with the BEA. We only learned about these possible changes tonight when we saw the slides posted for tonight's meeting. The proposed changes include health insurance premium share changes that would increase employee contribution from 2% to 4%, along with possible adjustments to the HSA contribution schedule. Last year, CPI, which measures inflation, was over 8%, and the district imposed a 4% raise. First time it's been imposed in a long time. It was half of CPI. This year, CPI is over 4%, and the district, again, so far, is proposing a raise that is less than half of CPI. Raises that do not keep up with inflation are basically pay cuts. To propose any increases in insurance costs without adequate raises to keep pace with inflation only results in further pay cuts for employees, and it balances the district's budget on the backs of those employees. Your teachers are not the cause of this budget deficit, and your teachers should not have to carry the burden of solving the budget deficit. We understand that staff cuts may need to be made to address enrollment numbers. However, many people have seen the proposed cuts and are questioning why are there not more proposed cuts to positions that do not directly work with students on a daily basis. This includes positions at Keck. Teachers are currently fleeing this district for a variety of reasons. This includes, but is not limited to, discipline and student behavior, loss of prep time to subbing and multiple meetings, and inconsistent district-level administrative support for these concerns and others. Those leaving are not just new first-year teachers. Veteran teachers with years of experience to this district are not leaving to retirement. They're leaving to other districts. If you have any hope of attracting replacement teachers, or better yet, retaining any long-term employees, this cannot continue. In conclusion, I urge the school board to consider returning to the previous expulsion process and to push back on any attempt to balance the budget on the backs of staff by proposals that increase employee insurance costs, especially when the pay increases have not kept up with inflation. Let us work together to uphold high standards of discipline while ensuring our educators receive the recognition and support they deserve.
Next, I have Tammy S. and Kurt H. Yielded his 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Tammy Stanky, and I'm a special education teacher over at Converse Elementary. And I have a couple things, continuing with what James said about insurance. If you're also making that the same for paras, you're now asking paras to pay to work, and that's just not going to happen. Also, I personally worked on a parent over the last year and so to work to become a para, and then she promptly went to Rockford where they pay $5 more. So we really need to work on what you're offering paras as well, because yes, as somebody mentioned, we need them in a significant part of our rooms. And we're struggling in the SPED department of getting enough paras. We do not offer longevity pay. We do not offer pay when we have paras that have to routinely change diapers all day long, lift heavy students. No, they're not paid any different than a cross-cat para who is able to work with students who can talk, do not bite, kick, hit, and go home at the end of the day more comfortable than the other ones. And there should definitely be a bonus or some other stipend that is provided for working with more difficult and challenging students. Also, at Converse, I'm the last one standing of the original SPED teachers. Right now, we have one other SPED teacher there. Is covering our ID program, and we're together trying to manage a caseload of, I don't even know what the count is, 60 to 80 students in the building, maybe even more. And then as far as seeing students, our exodus of teachers this year came as a result of the fact that we had enough students for 2 special programs, and we did not fill one at the beginning. And then as teachers were people attempted to fill them, move them around, and whatnot, we just fell like flies. If you really want to make a change, because therapeutic rooms, of which I have worked in therapeutic rooms elsewhere, I've been thrown against a wall. The problem with these rooms is you are working with grade levels from, and then my current elementary building, you can work with them from pre-K all the way to 5th grade. You have to provide curriculum. You have to provide de-escalation all day long. You have to provide so many physical interventions all day long, and you don't have a co-teacher to balance that effect. Nationwide, they're wondering what's going on. We need a board to stand up and say, no, these rooms are extremely mentally and physically taxing. They need a minimum of 2 co-teachers in there all day long, where they can plan, so that way somebody can only has to worry about the reading and math, somebody else has to worry about the science and social studies, but then together they can collaborate on everything. And then on top of that, need at least 2 paras or more per the severity of the kids and the number of kids. Because otherwise, without it, you're going to continue to see people leaving the SPED program. So I really need you to step up and be that leader in our nation, to be like, no, these programs need more staff. Also with that I've also worked at another school district that a huge other issue is the physicalness of gen ed students. They're getting suspended, but then they come back. Yes, we have restorative circles. Yes, they can mean it in that moment. They are sorry. They are these things. But we don't have the follow-up. One of the school districts that I worked at, they had an actions program. I'm sure it stood for something. But what they basically did is if you got suspended, then they talked to your parent. Your parent was then responsible for driving you to a different building. And we have space at BLA, which is already an alternative program. So to work right with them, that might be a good place to start. And the students, say they were suspended for 3 days or 5 days, they would spend those 3 or 5 days in school, at that school, getting not only work from their teachers, but then meeting with teachers to continually work on social skills, social emotional help all day, throughout the day. And that's what our kids need. Our kids are mentally, we're just needing to provide a lot more mental help. And so they're coming to us without these skills. They need reinforcement throughout the day, of which pairs in our schools can help with. If we were, again, I know that money is tight, but being able to say, you know what, of all the teaching positions, we actually need more counselors. We need more social workers, because that's what we need, not only for our kids, but for us too. Because when I've had an extremely hard day, I should be able to go and talk with someone to kind of talk me through the situation and make sure that my mental health is good. Because otherwise we're just piling, and then teachers are leaving on FMLA because they can't take it anymore. And so we just need those areas, and we really need you to be like, this is a priority, otherwise we're gonna lose everything. If you are interested in hearing more about the program or where it comes from, but just know also, our teachers, we have a lot of resources. I'm not the only one who's worked in another district that has a program that worked in that school district. The other thing with that program, those teachers then followed those kids that were suspended throughout their school life for that year and routinely checked in with them. So there was follow-up. There was things put in place. I'd be open to talking with people. It'd be nice if we could have some committees where teacher input was truly valued, not on the generic surveys. That's not specific to what we know. So if you were to say, look, we are looking to fix this problem, this is where we want you to come talk, that would be awesome. So thank you all.
The last public comment I have is Manuel C., and Maria C. is donating, yielding her 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Good evening. I want to start this. Very good to be here. My name is Manuel Caceres. I'm chapter leader to FAIR. FAIR is the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. It's a nonprofit that has for many years stood up as a voice for diversity, but without division. FAIR defends civil rights and liberties and promotes a common culture based on fairness, understanding, and humanity. So I'm also a citizen of Rock County, and I find that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program is at the heart of the Beloit School District's 2022-2025 strategic plan, and new route is the implementation of that plan. Now we're looking to cut some programs to divert some funding to other programs. And I'd rather not point out the reasons for the failings in academic achievements this school district has seen, but I will only mention that the current plan has not worked. Please dismiss the strategic plan you have now. Consider FAIR and its proven successes. And I will go on to the successes now. I'd rather not speak of failures, but I'd rather speak on successes at other schools that we have seen with FAIR. Now, FAIR offers learning standards towards a curriculum called FAIR Story that portrays an accurate view of our nation's racial history. It emphasizes constructive principles that inspire students. FAIR Story learning standards and curriculum exposes students to the histories, experiences, struggles, and accomplishments of Americans of diverse backgrounds. Ours is a fact-based approach, teaching students about racism. It's honest about the failures and shortcomings of our American past and present, while recognizing the struggles and accomplishments of Americans as we continue to move closer to our ideals. These approaches have worked in bringing students of all diverse backgrounds, races, and genders to discuss history in the classroom in a productive way. Students learn to counter racism and intolerance with compassion and humanity. So it's really exciting to be part of this. Students demonstrate passion to learn more where this has been implemented. The students are shown a future that is based on humanity, diversity, understanding, and fairness. Those are 4 terms that are the basics in FAIR Story learning standards. The terms are humanity, diversity, understanding, and fairness. FAIR Story lessons are developed by experts and reviewed by high education faculty members affiliated with the Race and the American Story Project. FAIR Story aligns with state and national standards in the area of ethnic studies. FAIR Story can be adapted to speak to experiences in our local Hispanic community and growing immigrant community. And the lesson plans are also available in remote learning formats if needed. Teachers that use the FAIR Story will notice students interact with understanding. They'll see respectful dialogue. Students will develop literacy skills and critical thinking skills. It teaches history and contemporary racism so that students heal as they learn. FAIR Story learning standards our lessons are available for every grade level from K to 12. A description of a few lesson plans follows. 1, students will analyze American historical debates and issues from multiple perspectives, cultivating a deep understanding of alternative arguments, and respecting human freedom that gives rise to disagreements. 2, students will study a range of social justice movements, assessing their impact and analyzing their positive contributions, as well as their controversies and flaws. Several student comments follow. A young 7-year-old said, I didn't know that we all share the same ancestors and are part of the same human race. Yeah, you think about that. A 12-year-old student hears other students talking at each other loudly and intervenes, saying, "You aren't even listening to each other." This student saw the necessity for each student to hear what the other student had to say, demonstrating respect and critical thinking skills. And in a situation between a student and teacher, the student says, the student said, "I hate it when I'm wrong." The teacher replies, "Would you rather stay wrong or feel the discomfort of realizing you're wrong?" The student replied, "I guess it's better to realize it, but I still get upset." Now, the beginning steps to implementing Fair Story into the Beloit School District is to schedule fair training for administrators and staff. Fair training for teachers is now available and ready to be used. Fair trainers are ready and waiting. Much of fair training for staff and teachers will be conducted remotely for the convenience of scheduling and availability of staff. So please contact me for implementation of the training and scheduling, and I do hope you entertain Fair Story in your future. Thank you.
That's it for public comment? Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment before we move on? If you need to leave, you're more than welcome to. If you'd like to stay for the rest of the board meeting, we encourage that as well. This brings us to, thank you, appointment and approval of Cesa 2 representative. We have this on the agenda tonight because each school board is required to appoint a Cesa representative. Are there any board members that would like to volunteer to serve as our representative?
Board President Johnson, it may be helpful to outline when the meetings occur so people will be able to check their availability.
At the last meeting, I did have some of that information, and at this meeting, I did not bring it, Board President.
Board Member Schneider
Yeah,
just
may
said
know.
the third Tuesday
Thank
of the
you.
month, which is when do you know the time? I'm totally putting you on the spot. So unless we're willing to shift our meetings, I'm not sure how we would participate unless someone's willing to miss a meeting.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. If Board Member Hankins wants to volunteer, I will allow that. We have to have somebody as a representative. They don't have to attend, but we have to have a representative. Can I get a motion for?
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Board President Johnson. This might be a helpful. I'm sorry, I didn't think you saw my thingy.
I didn't.
Just to clear. No, I'm sorry, and I know there's like a delay too with the audio, so I'm sure this is annoying. So sorry. Hey, so just to clarify, you don't if you become the Cesa 2 rep, you don't actually have to join the Board of Control. It was. The intention of my comments last time was just to say, if you go and they say, hey, we need you to be the rep for the Board of Control, that there will be a scheduling conflict. But really the requirement basically is just to go to this one time a year meeting. And I was just on their website trying to find the date. It's usually in June. So anybody who wants to just go, it's an awesome dinner. It's a great talk. I had a fabulous time being our Cesa 2 rep. I don't want to say anything. I'm just, the spirit of my comments last time were just to say, hey, there's a conflict if you choose then to participate on the Board of Control. But minimally, it's just the once a year thing, and it's not that big of a deal.
Point of clarification, the information is attached to this item that has the date on it and the time.
Thank you, Secretary Schultz. Any other comments or discussion? Can I get a motion to approve the appointment of Tom Hankins as the Cesa 2 representative?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Megan Miller, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We are now at the CTE standards.
Go ahead, Chair. I did.
I'll kick us off if you don't mind.
Ms. Schultz, this isn't sharing, even though it shows on my screen that it's shared in the meeting.
I think you have to share it
Are you
from
logged
the
into
actual
the meeting?
I am in the
board
meeting.
meeting.
And then maybe click out and then try again.
There's an error.
There you go.
Good evening. Teresa Mortek here. I am the Executive Director of Teaching, Learning, and Equity for the school district. And I am here with Jeff Stenroos, our Director of CTE and Alternative Education. We have a presentation that includes just an update on our CTE standards. That's a newer rollout with the state. But we will be asking for a motion to take action to approve our academic career plan. That's the second bullet on the slide that's highlighted when we're done with our presentation. That is a DPI state requirement that we come forward to the board and ask for approval of our academic career plan. In addition, I just wanted to point out, you might have noticed some large research poster boards in the boardroom in the back and then in the main hallway. We had our students that are participating in the GLOW grant travel to Ohio to present their research. We also had a research symposium at the public library about a month ago, and I wanted everyone to see the poster boards, so I asked for some of those to come down here. So people that are in the boardroom, please take time to look at that work. Says some advanced learning opportunities that our students are participating in. Thank you. Go ahead, Jeff.
Good evening. Jeff Stenroos, Director of CTE and Alternative Education. And again, have a slideshow to go through a couple of points. One is just an overview of the career readiness and CTE standards that are put out by the DPI. There are a couple of different levels of standards. I'll go through that real quickly. And then the formal ask is for the Board of Education to approve our district academic and career plan. And the E4E is part of Education for Employment. And they are kind of lumped together in Administrative Rule PI 26. And the academic career plan covers grades 6 through 12. So the Wisconsin Career Readiness Standards really have three focuses: career ready, learning ready, and life ready. And again, these are areas that align with our Ford NGL Academy model with our high school, but they actually cover down through grade 6 as well. And then specific career and technical education standards now get to be content specific. And so they have 2024 standards that they are redoing. They are in working draft form yet. They've done a soft rollout of them: agricultural, food, and natural sciences, business information technology, health science, and then the marketing, management, entrepreneurship. And they still have the 2013 standards for family, consumer sciences, and technology and engineering, which they are working to update, and they anticipate 2025 for those ones. So those are all found on the DPI website, but these are things, as we talk about college and career readiness, that are coming along. The state is working to update these activities as well. So I just wanted you to be aware that these are things that we follow, both on the career readiness ones and the career and technical education standards. And then each individual aspect gets down to their own content-specific standards. So there are many layers of standards that we cover within CTE. So one of the things I do want to point out, the formal ask said slides 5 through 15. This is actually going to be 7 through 15. Slides 5 and 6, this is slide 5, and slide 6 give you an overview of what their requirements are. So the requirements are labor market information, post-secondary education and workforce prep, professional development, family engagement, community partners. The activities are on the right are a list of some of the things that we do. It's not a comprehensive list, but some of the things that we do to address those areas. The next one is ACP curriculum, support and access software and tools, progress monitoring, and future goals. Again, the activities on the right are pieces that we have within our academy structure. You see freshman seminars in there. We have Zello, which is an online platform about career exploration. And then we do have an ACP team that I had last year and convened and did some work on this. So the next slides are the ones that are actually for the formal ask. So one of them is regional career pathways. And regional career pathways are something that's recognized by the state of Wisconsin. And there are 7 geographical areas in Wisconsin. We are part of the Madison, the MadRep area. And we submit these to the state for review. So there are 4 areas. We're required this year to submit 1. We submitted 4. When the state actually finalizes and approves 2 others for our area, because they don't open them all up to every area, which is kind of strange. They have some that are reserved for different parts of the state, and they're working to open them all up. We will have 2 more in the pipeline with this. So you can see that there are 4 that we submitted, and the next slide gives a picture of what this looks like. The left side is the information that we provide, and you can see this is one for advanced manufacturing. So we list our courses: welding 1, 2, and 3, machine and CNC operations 1, 2, and 3, tech math. There are some other work-based learning programs that are listed here. So the left side is what we do for the School District of Beloit, what we offer. There are some credentials, there are some higher education opportunities. On the right side of that, there are some career exploration programs. We have Skills USA as a student organization. And on the back side, which is on the right, it's only a snapshot of part of it, that's the labor market information put out by the Department of Workforce Development for Rock County. This is our local, this is not, not county, it's the MadRep area. I want to take that, which is Madison and coming southward. So it's not statewide, it's not regional, it's not global. This is directly in our area. And so they provide all that information and they update those. I have to do the information on the left with my team and then submit these for approval. So all 4 of them currently have been submitted to the DPI. We're waiting for approval. I've gotten some feedback from our CISO 1 folks that I work with on our Perkins grant. And they said they have looked pretty good, but again, the DPI is the one that needs to approve those. So there are 3 others. I just provided 1 example for you. The links are in the slide deck to all of them. This slide now starts with our actual academic and career experiences for grades 6 through 12. And this came out of our Academy Master Planning meeting, was also developed with our ACP team that I convened last year that included people from grades 6 through 12. And we looked at what are the experiences that students would get at 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. The next slide will give you 9th, 10th, and 11th and 12th grade. One of the things you'll see is Zello lessons, which is our computer, the actual state-selected platform that does career exploration. And we do those in grades 6 through 12 at varying levels. But there are a lot of other things that we do. 8th grade, if you'll notice, our BMHS Expo Night, exposing our 8th graders to our community and our high school offerings. We also have some career tech programming that's in there that we've done some outreach with. And then as we go to 9th grade through 12th grade, I want to highlight the ones in red at the top of each grade level. Those are our guaranteed experiences, part of our Florida NGL program. And we talked about experiences that students can get, but what are we guaranteeing that every 9th grader would get, every 10th grader would get, every 11th grader would get? Again, and it's the opportunity for these. It doesn't mean that they all participate if they happen to miss the day or something that's there, but this is something that we put across for the entire grade level. One of the highlights is our practice interviews for grade 10. Every student in grade 10 has those. And so you can see it goes through, they develop a 4-year plan in 9th grade. We have lots of work-based learning opportunities, field trips. They look at core classes and their pathways, and then in senior level, eventually going to a portfolio presentation. That'll be a part of that, but college plans, work plans, and finally, what do they do on their ACP goals? So these are the opportunities that we provide for grades 6 through 12. Again, it's not all encompassing. These things happen at various levels, but it's just a spattering of these are the things that we operate with for our academic and career plans. We, of course, add our portrait of a graduate and the definitions of those in our academic and career plan. Here's one of the pieces that we have is our academy pathways. And so these are our pathways of 14 of them that we have now as they choose courses throughout their high school. So it leaves them with level 1 courses, level 2, level 3. The next slide includes enhancement courses. So again, it is not just those courses that we're looking at. This one happens to be the education early childhood pathway. And you see there is a top route and a bottom route. This one happens to be for early childhood education. The lower one happens to be for if you want to expand up through the upper grades moving into 9th grade. Overview of classes. So all classes are important for a pathway. And then finally, what are some post-secondary options that exist for that? Different certifications, who is the agency that certified these? Again, these are all done for the Beloit Memorial High School. Deb Prowse, the Academy coach, worked diligently on these and put these together. We have 14 of them. And they mentioned, credentials and dual credit opportunities that exist. And then finally, our actual dual credit opportunities. This is a snapshot taken actually from our school webpage. This will be included in our academic career plan. We're going to put this together so it shows what are opportunities that you can take while you're in high school taking college credits at different levels. And then lastly, we're going to continue to build it out. I've worked with Monica Cristopa to talk about what we need to do for some DPI information to enhance our program. So it'll be DPI links to web pages that they have on academic and career plan. They have the 16 career clusters. They have other labor market information, and so that'll be included. But slides 7 through 15, they cover what we do at Beloit for the school district, and that's part of our academic and career plan. And then it would need to be posted on our website once we get it approved and then formatted appropriately. Lots of information. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Stenroos. Are there any board members that have questions for Mr. Stenroos or Ms. Moratek?
Just more of a comment, being on the Academy committee, the advisory committee, just hearing so much more of what is really taking place in the school district of Beloit than what we see here just for the CTE courses. It's just amazing as they looked at the number of students who are leaving school this year with industry-recognized credentials. And I believe it's over 200 this year alone. So that we have so many things where the students are leaving the school with the certifications and credentials they need to get into the workforce. And how much of the opportunity that students have in Beloit that takes all of or most of what's going to be required elsewhere for some of the programs. And it's just great to see the amount of work that has been put into developing all of the programs and the opportunities that students have in Beloit that they're not going to find anywhere else. So again, just thank you so much for all of the work.
Thank you.
Board Member Hankins?
Yeah, just a quick question. How do we stack up against our local school districts? I mean, what I read and see here is outstanding. But when we hear of people enrolling into other districts, to me, this is second to none. But are we second to none, or where do we sit? Where does the school district of Beloit with our local immediate competition, so to speak?
I'm going to say second to none. No, outwardly to the community and what they know about it, that's where we're lacking. We do have amazing things to do. We outpace the state 3-to-1 in work-based learning opportunities. As Board Member Schneider said, our work-related credentials are up over 200. We have students that participated in Skills USA programs. I know Connie was a part of, a presentation at Lambeau Field. We do great things, and we do stack up and do really, really well compared to most other districts. We have some programs that really excel compared to other districts. That word is not out there.
I would just add, I was at a state conference where they were talking about rolling out, I actually went to a session where they were rolling out these CTE standards. And I was sitting next to a person that's in a rural area, which honestly, I've spent almost 25 years in urban education. So honestly, I don't always think about rural communities like I should as an educator. And they are stuck in trying to figure out how to satisfy and fulfill some of these newer requirements simply because they don't have the partnerships distance-wise. The man I was sitting next to, he said the closest thing we are is like 50 miles from a Walmart. And so here we are in this space with so many resources, and the amount of partnerships that we've established with the leadership through the high school and at Keck and through the Ford NGL has just been really heartwarming. We've grown so much, I think, in the last couple of years, and it's really opening access to our kids. I will speak transparently. The other way to look at this is we are on the dawn of budget cuts. These are the kinds of programs that we want, right? And it's heartbreaking for someone like me that's an educator for 25 years to have to consider that these are possibly some of the things that we could have to cut, right? And so that's the piece that I think we as a community need to really wrap our arms around and understand. We want more of these kinds of things for our kids, truly, but it comes with a cost. And if we want this for our kids, we have to support these programs, and we have to support this academic career plan to move forward. And so thank you, Greg Schneider, for recognizing all of the increased opportunities that we've had in the last couple of years. I appreciate that.
Tom, did you have any other questions?
Just a follow-up, and I assumed we were there because when I went with Mrs. Pels and toured the school, I was just overwhelmed on things going down in the basement that I had no idea. And I do believe we do need to toot our own horn on what's going on there and what our students can get. It's not just in the classroom, which is very important, the ABCs, but what is going on down there is really getting them ready for the next chapter. Thank you.
Tom, just for clarification, those are classrooms. They're learning labs. Board Member Miller, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to I echo all of the positives. This is definitely a near and dear to my heart initiative. What I wanted to just point out explicitly is that all of those kiddos who are graduating with industry recognized credentials, we get, there's Act 59 from DPI, which then we get funding to go back to those CTE programs from the state. It's a limited amount and it extends over other school districts. But I just wanted to point out how this is such an asset in so many ways, obviously for the amazing experiences that it gives to our kids, but also because of that Act 59 opportunity.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Board Member Nichols?
Just a couple. You mentioned the cost. What is the cost of this program, and is it grant funded or is it funded? Is it off the budget?
That's a great question. It's braided funds. So we have a Perkins grant that helps to pay for some of the CTE programming. We have what Megan Miller just spoke to, Act 59, which what's cool about this, almost like a payback. So the more certifications you get, help me if I misspeak, Jeff, the more certifications you get, then you can refund that on the back end because you get more finances the following year. And then also we have district dollars that pay for our programs, right? We have teachers that teach in classrooms that we're paying for.
Okay, well, so what percentage of it is funded by the grant?
Well, first of all, I want to say it's not just CT. I want to be very careful about that. This covers everything in the school district that we do, and that's why even those supporting courses are out there. Whether you're math, I'm a math major and a science minor. Those are important, and those are supporting classes. And academic and career planning is not just relegated to the CTE programs. So first of all, I just want to clarify so that everybody plays a part in that. So there are specific monies though just to CTE. So we get money through Perkins, Perkins grant, which is a federal grant, and our Act 59. Those are specifically tied to CTE and have some specifications to that. But they all have their building budgets. They all have their regular allotment. Pays for the teacher's salary. So I can speak for the very small CTE funding that I get, but there is a much larger cost of this because it's a wide swath.
Sure. And don't misunderstand me. I think it's awesome because I came out of managing and manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. So I appreciate, a good welder, a good maintenance. I mean, they're good as gold. So I just want to know. You mentioned the cost, so that's why I asked the question. So I guess
We can follow up with you and let you know what those grants are.
that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? or comments?
I move approval of the 2024-2025 academic career plan and education for employment for grades 6 through 12.
I'll second.
Motion by Board Member Levy, seconded by Board Member Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the preliminary budget reduction discussion. And is Mr. Chady? Yeah.
So let me first start off, actually, my whole team will be presenting this conversation. One of the things that I want to first start off with is first letting the board know very clearly that, we are in a very tough situation here in the school district of Beloit, where we have had two failed opportunities or not passed opportunities in our referendums. And in our referendum conversation, we've been very clear that, these cuts and the conversations around reductions are impactful for the entire school district. That is not exempt anyone from having more difficult conversations as it pertains how we're going to get to these cuts. When I first walked into the conversation, and like I shared before, the board we were at a $10 million or so conversation or cuts that we need to make here in the school district. We went through that swash last year, and we were able to come back with a balanced budget with various things happening in order for us to get there. I'm not going to go over last year's budget because I don't think that's the conversation for tonight. But in tonight, we have that same conversation with another $10+ million worth of cuts that we have to make here in the school district. These conversations are not easy, because in the less than 16 months, we've had to make reductions of over, one could argue, $20+ millions. And that's a hard conversation. And that's not an easy conversation for any one of us in this room. To the teachers that are in this room, of course, I've stated this before, but of course you all, hopefully you know this, I appreciate all the work that you do for the school district of Beloit, and the dedication that you all have displayed, even in these times, has been, duly noted. And again, I wanted to make sure that I put that into the conversation. And I know that the school board also feels that same sentiment, that we appreciate the work that has went forth here in the school district over these past 16 months since I've been here, or a little bit over 16 months at this point. But we still have a financial emergency, one could argue, of billions of dollars that we have to, of course, contend with. Prior to me coming to the conversation, there were budgets that we had to pass with deficits, and prior with me being here now, I've had to pass a budget that was balanced. And like I said it from the beginning, I do not want to be the superintendent that brings negative budgets to the board. I don't. And I've done everything as a district administrator that I possibly could have done, that we possibly could have done to help address the conversations around our needs in those two referendums. No one person in this room is responsible for those referendums not passing. And I paused there because I want everybody to truly understand my sentiment there. No one person in this room is responsible for those referendums not passing. We have a real funny board, real funny makeup here in funding in the state of Wisconsin. And I know it's very difficult for one to try to explain in one setting, and I'm not going to try to do that right now. But there's not many ways we can get money. I've said all the time, it's either come from the state or it's going to come from a conversation here with the public. And unfortunately, with these two referendums were not successful. Again, the work that we put into the conversation, again, with the support of many people in this room, I want to say thank you. But now we're in the point where we have to start having conversations around where we are as a school district and how we have to continue to have these conversations with limited resources. And that's kind of the way this conversation is going to look. This is about limited resources. This is about limited funding. This is about a funding mechanism that sometimes is out of all of our control, but we still have to work through it. I've said this before, we are better together than we are apart. And I know that there's conversations that we still need to have around, kind of next steps as it pertains to kind of where we are right now. And so I'm gonna preface this first part of this conversation from a finance perspective is that we've went down the ladder and we've identified some things that have gotten us to about a $6.5 or so million reductions. We still have about $4.4 or more million to go, okay? I wanna start with the end in mind because again, sometimes, as you go through this presentation, we forget all the things that we're gonna say here in the beginning and then kind of focus in on the back end. But again, we've went down the ladder and pretty much have captured about 6.2 or so million dollars, and we have about $4.5 million to still go. In our strategic plan, it talks about 3 major areas. And I wanted to start off with this thought because in our strategic plan, it specifically talks about we need to have a stabilized budget, we need to have equitable resourcing, and it talks about transparency and communication. Since I've walked into this room, and since we've become a board together, and since this administrative team and BEA have had countless conversations around our budget and money, I would hope that we've all kind of been listening to kind of where we are as a school district as it pertains to the amount of funding and the lack thereof. And so these 3 areas actually has 3 strategies that we actually have to look at as well. From a stabilized budget, the strategies are there, and I'm not going to read those to the board. Pretty sure we all have viewed those as needed. But I will take one bullet point out of each of the strategies. So from a stabilized budget, we want to identify, protect, and enhance funding streams annually to reflect the benefits and district beliefs. When you are squeezing the conversation down, it's hard to reach some of these goals in the strategic plan. And I think that goes without saying. And objective B, you have equitable resourcing. We want to, of course, monitor and review our enrollment data to adjust facilities and personnel to align with our current and future needs of our district on an annual basis. Again, when you are squeezing the conversation, these conversations become much, much more harder because we have done an enrollment study here in the school district, and everyone that is here has probably heard that presentation about 5 or 6 months ago when we had it as it pertains to our enrollment conversations and our projections. The school district of Beloit is not the same district 10 years ago where we had, an extra 3,000 kids, one could argue. Now we are floating around that 5,200 number, and that number is projected to go different ways. I always like to say that the more we do to promote how great we are, the better we will be. This year we were able to maintain our enrollment, which is a very positive space, but every year is different. And that's the hard part about, this equitable resourcing pieces because it fluctuates. And then, of course, when we make the argument around us needing a referendum, and of course, our public votes because they have the choice, it just puts us back in that conversation where we have to, again, readjust how we are funding and actually being able to run our school districts. And what's real hard is we still want high academic achievements. We still want safe classrooms for all of our teachers. We still want all the programming opportunities, but when you're having budgetary constraints, it's hard to have those side by side at times because where's the funding going to come when we still want everything? Naturally, we should because we're a school district. We're here to service students. And if I was to ask the old school, raise your hand if you believe this statement, I'm pretty sure everybody in this room will say we need to keep the programming and the things that we have here in the school district. There's some things that we are going to talk about and there's adjustments that's going to be made. But again, there's a lot of things that we've had to constrict here in our school district that has made it much harder. C is transparency and communications, and one of the strategies is develop clear and concise communications channels to share the budget and school finance with a broader community. We've had more conversations around finances and budgets in this school district as a board, I do believe, and as a community, I do believe, because of our financial emergency that we find ourselves in over these past 16 months. And so I truly believe that we're meeting some of the strategic plan conversations, but again, it's hard because we are having to constrict so much. And it's just a tough conversation because we want to continue to do the great things that we want to do here in the school district of Beloit, but not having the funding year over year, right? Because it's not just one snapshot. This is year over year. It makes it harder and harder and harder on everyone in this room. Okay, it makes it hard on everybody in this room. That includes the students, the parents, the teachers, and of course the board and administration. It just makes it harder when we have to keep constricting and constricting the funding to try to meet the needs of all. Because there's endless needs in our school district, one could argue that. But we also have to still work within the parameters in which we have. And as the district administrator, my goal is to continue these conversations as needed. Post-referendum, naturally, we've had to look at spending reductions. We've already had this conversation. There's about $10.8 million that we have to look at. We had this bucket conversation, as you can already tell. We had opportunities in which we wanted to enhance our conversations. And of course, we monetize numbers with those opportunities. The next slide, we'll look at an overview of kind of where we are at the current time as we look at our buckets. We've had to look at staff compensation and benefits to maintain class sizes. We've had to look at, of course, maintaining our district facilities. We have to look at programming. We have to, of course, look at our maintaining current course offers. And then, of course, there's this other bucket, which brings us to, again, kind of how we've had to work through these conversations to about $6.2 million, as I've mentioned, with a variance of about $4.5 million. Again, this slide and this slide pretty much runs together because, again, we stated along the way that we would have to make these conversations pretty much similar as we work through our budget, and it's a lot. And I know people may not understand the dynamics in every one of these buckets, but all of them, if you ask me, is still impacting and touching people, and those are hard conversations. This slide right here, one of the things that I want to bring attention to is, of course, just some of the reductions that we've had to look at in that staff compensation and benefits conversations. Again, this is one of two slides. We've had to make 4 reductions in administrative staff. We've had to make 2 secretarial support reductions. We've had to make in-school support position reductions, teacher reductions, as well, attrition to school counselor position, attrition to vacancy and bioliteracy coordinator, attrition to AODA coordinator, attrition to finance assistant, and attrition to the data clerk. And those last 4 positions, there are KEC positions. I know there's thoughts around every area having to have cuts, and again, we've went down the ladder once, and again, we may have to come back up the ladder, and it's going to capture different conversations. But getting to $10.8 million is no small feat. It wasn't a small feat last year as we worked through that conversation together as a team, and it's not going to be any small feat this year as we work together as a team. And so again, those last 4 positions on the slide are KEC positions, along with the administrative cuts at the top up there. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chady to tackle these next 2 slides for me, please.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. So continuing on with regards to staff compensation and benefits, speaking specifically to benefits, we tried to make a concerted effort to stay away from large whole-scale changes to benefits because we know the impact that would have on our retained staff and just climate and culture going forward. However, what we did do is we looked at how we would go about finding cost savings with regards to benefits, much like we would do in any other year. So looking first and foremost at our health insurance premium share changes, it's proposed that we increase the employee contribution from 2% of the monthly premium to 4% of the monthly premium. That value or that change in and of itself provides a savings, so to speak, to the district of about $257,000. But let's not overlook the fact that that's a cost shift. So we're transferring the cost of that from the district to all the employees that participate in the plan. Just to put stuff in perspective here, currently a single individual within the school district of Beloit pays $18.92 a month for their health insurance. The proposal at 4% would be $40.08 per month. So it is a double, essentially a little bit higher than that. We were anticipating a 10% increase in our health insurance, and today, literally late this morning, we received our premium equivalency rate for next year, and it's going to be a 5.9% increase. So less than we expected. That's helpful, but nonetheless. On a family plan, currently the employee pays $44.80 per month, and that would increase to $94.87 per month. I would note that most districts throughout the state pay approximately 12% of the employee premium. The employee does, 88% is paid by the employer. So we're going from 2 to 4, and I would be very transparent. I would expect in future years, we'll see increases in that 4% to 5, 6, 7, 8, et cetera. Those that have been following the news, the school district of Janesville is going from 10 to 12, kind of falling in line. So the next item is the adjustments in the health savings account contribution schedule. It was determined or identified throughout the course of this past year that the district is making contributions to our HSA plan. We make those contributions up front towards the beginning of the plan year. So unfortunately, as employees are onboarded, become eligible for health insurance, participate in the plan, then they are funded in full to that amount up front. And then unfortunately, what we've seen here throughout this past year is that oftentimes when employees then resign a few months later, the whole value of the HSA is gone with them. We can't recover any of that. So the contribution schedule adjustment talks about making those contributions on a per pay period basis. That way, we're not out any resources for employees that no longer work for the district is probably the best way to reflect that or to state that. That adjustment, minor, provides about $40,000 worth of savings, probably enough to pay for an aid over the course of a year and perhaps a portion of their benefits as well. So those are the two adjustments that are made on the benefit side. Again, we strive to stay away from massive changes to the benefit plan itself, changing premium share, or I'm sorry, the co-pays any further, et cetera. So next up is maintaining district facilities. And here we've identified a number of things that provide savings. The first off is an elimination of our capital improvement fund, interfund transfer. In our current 23-24 budget, we have $550,000 designated to move from Fund 10 General Operations to Fund 46, our Capital Improvement Trust Fund, at the end of the year, if the sufficient resources are available to do that. However, in the 24-25 school year, sufficient resources just aren't going to be available. So we're backing that out, and that provides $550,000 in savings. Reducing the construction and remodeling improvements, and quite honestly, the largest such project that has been ongoing is at Beloit Memorial High School, a $5 million improvement upgrade to the HVAC system and air conditioning for the majority of the building. We wish that we could get to all of it, but unfortunately the resources won't be there to facilitate that. The lion's share of that work is done. The chiller is in state. Yeah, it's here. The chiller will be lifted on top of the high school here in the month of June, and then it's just a matter of making all the connections necessary. So air should be flowing, air conditioning will be flowing in that building here, hopefully by the time that staff arrive in mid-August. We have a facility supervisor position that has been vacant for about 51 weeks now. We've intentionally left that position vacant. There was conversation with Mr. Ricco and myself about our desire to wait and see how the referendum ended up. And with the referendum being defeated, that's a position that we're just going to have to attrition. We're not going to be able to fill that position any longer. Likewise, there are 4 current facility service staff positions that are vacant, have been vacant over the course of the past year as a result of various things, resignations for the most part, people departing that role and or the district. And again, we've not filled those positions, and we will be attritioning those positions as well for cost savings. And lastly is a reduction in our HES custodial staffing and support. And actually, we met early this morning to talk about some proposed changes there. We will be doing some restructuring and shifting of our custodial shifts. Morning custodians will be coming in earlier at the elementary school. Evening custodians will be getting out earlier. We've had some midday custodial positions that we are going to be eliminating, making some changes here, there, and quite honestly, everywhere. There are 5 professional learning days, district professional learning days, that custodians will no longer be expected to work on those days because they would have cleaned the building the evening before. There shouldn't be a need for them there on that evening, so we're going to take advantage of the opportunity to scale back staffing there as well. So that is kind of the big picture with regards to maintaining district facilities.
Ms. Mortek and I are going to speak in regards to maintaining programming and instructional resources. All buildings and departments were asked to take a look at their budgets and make a reduction of 10%. I'll let you speak on integrated technology.
Oh, sure. Good evening. So what we did is we started to look at all of our integrated technology, and we began to consider what are reductions that we could do. So some of these programs might not be getting high usage, or some of them are not a program that is directly tied to interventions. We also looked at, like Imagine Math, we could look at that as a reduction. We've actually seen benefits of that in the elementary schools specifically. So in this list, we're looking at a reduction of taking it out of the middle schools and just offering it in our elementary schools. And then my last bullet, and then we'll circle back with Missy because she has 2 on here as well, Missy Beavers. Pause expansion of dual language immersion. So when you add dual language immersion, what we have done historically in this district is you start with the lower levels, and then each year you're rolling over the next grade level. Converse was the last school that we've added thus far that has DLI. We have 2 remaining elementary schools, Gaston and Merrill, that do not have DLI programming. Otherwise, we are DLI across the district. And what is happening is we are striving to fill vacancies. And so coupled with costs and ways to reduce budgets and offering of programming, we're also looking at how we're filling those vacancies. It has been a stress on the system. It is a wonderful program. So I'm going to echo that. It is a wonderful program, but how are we as a system going to be able to sustain it is the question. So we'll be looking further into that and more to come on that. But I will say, because of the vacancies, we did not have going into next year, we do not have a DLI teacher that would be able to teach that 4th and 5th grade. In addition, since then, we're meeting, I think, this week, Thursday, we have 3 other vacancies in the DLI programming, specifically at Converse. And so that is another conversation that we will be having as we're making decisions over these next few months with budget. There are also some DPI changes that are being made about licensure. Dee Dee's been looking into that, so she certainly can speak on it more than I can. But some of the people that we've recruited, for example, from Spain that have taught our DLI courses in the past, based on new DPI requirements for alternative licensure programs, they will not be qualifying. And so we're losing potentially teachers that we've had in our buildings that we've recruited from Spain as a result of a mandate coming down from the Department of Public Instruction. So at this time, that is why we thought about pausing 4th and 5th grade, because we're just not yet ready to add on another grade of expansion at Converse, given some of those obstacles.
The other two areas on this slide are the discontinuation of Playworks, which is a resource that we use for coordinated play at recess to teach social, emotional, and behavioral skills, and then the discontinuation of summer addendum work to really focus on enhancing the social and emotional programming that we have in the buildings.
And then for course offerings, Dee Dee and I can speak to that. We were looking at the middle school choir, 1 FTE. Do you want me to explain a little bit of the two sites? Okay. So the way that we have band and orchestra is we have one teacher that is over those two middle schools. So we have one band teacher, one orchestra teacher. And then what happens in 6th grade is you need to have some form of general music based on DPI. So we have kids in music, ed, general ed, we have kids in band, and we have kids in orchestra. We also offer choir. So with that choir position, we had a 1.0 at Fruzen for choir and general ed, and a 1.0 at Aldridge for choir and general ed. We went all last year with a vacancy in choir. We couldn't fill it at Fruzen. We couldn't find somebody because you have to have that additional certification. So we got to January and we asked our choir teacher at Aldridge if she would be open to do what the band and orchestra teacher do and share the two sites. That meant a substitute was teaching the general ed, for the most part. That's kind of how it shook out. So going forward, we currently did not, at the time, we did not have any 6th graders signed up for, again, enrollment, right? School student decisions drive courses. We did not have any 6th graders signed up, and we had, I think it was 20 across the two sites for choir in 7th and 8th grade. It might be double that 20 and 20, 7th and 8th grade at both grades. So at this time, as we're looking at programming those different buckets of courses and programming, we often look at enrollment and sections, and if we're going to run courses or not. Our rule of thumb in the high school is 15 to 30. And so at this point in time, we felt like it was appropriate that we would lose the FTE for choir in middle school. We will still offer choir in the high school. And then our students in middle school will have an option for general music in the 6th grade, and then they could do band or orchestra 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. That means we're maintaining our 5th grade band and orchestra programming. And I will say we have more kids than a really long time in 5th grade band and orchestra, so that will continue to also thrive at this point in time in consideration for what we want to offer for courses and programming.
And I would just like to add that there is not an employee assigned to that FTE. So we are not losing a teacher in that reduction because of the vacancy that already existed.
That actually goes for the 20 vacant FTE that was on the slide that Dr. Garrison addressed with teachers. Those were reductions that were done based on resizing and looking at course sizes. And so I think that that's important to note because we can offer a teacher a transfer within the district. So it's not saying to a teacher, you don't have a position next year. And that's why we have licensures that expand several grades, right, to allow flexibility. And then the last piece there is we're sunsetting the AVID program. We brought that under Dan Keyser's leadership. It had been in the district prior, and we relaunched it at the middle schools and the high school. And then after reconfiguration, we moved down to the 2 middle schools and the high schools participating. Going forward, we thought that it would be appropriate in considering the way in which the implementations are going, that we could sunset it in the middle schools. So we will be reducing that contract to just the high schools. And that would be a reduction in the contract. And it's also an embedded reduction would be because the staff often go to yearly conferences for AVID to be retrained. So then there wouldn't be that cost of retraining staff for AVID in order to implement that framework in the building.
This next slide touches on other opportunities that we can actually look at as pertains to, I hate to say it, but finding more money. Reducing our legal services and expenses is an area that, we have had to really work hard here under my leadership to, find different ways to answer our legal services need, let's just say it like that. One of the hardest things that we have to deal with is an enormous amount of open records requests here in the school district of Beloit. And one of the things that I did when I came in is I really wanted to become a lawyer, because that's kind of where I felt, trying to answer so many questions without having to always lean in on our legal services, because every time you call them, of course, naturally it comes with a cost, right? And we've really worked hard to look at ways in which we can save money there. The board is very keenly aware of our legal expenses. There's been open records requests on that as well. I think one of the hardest things that we've had to, of course, accomplish in looking at other ways to save money is, again, still meeting the needs of all of our constituents, and of course meeting the needs of the things that we have to take care of here in the district. There's been conversations around the discontinuation of our Swiss contract. Our Swiss contract is pretty much another bilingual opportunity in which we simultaneously broadcast our board meetings in Spanish. And so as we're speaking, someone else is speaking Spanish. It's not necessarily a very costly opportunity, because one of the things that we've had to run into is not oftentimes they may have people that they can send, and sometimes they don't, and sometimes they do. Sometimes we just have to, look at, possible ways to save money in this conversation. And so that's another thing that we will have to take a look at moving forward. And of course, we still have to review staff additional pay, addendums, and of course, overloads. There's, one could argue thousands of dollars that sits in these different accounts. And how do we, look at our expenses and not try to, move this onto one other person, but look at things that we can directly take control over if we could, and possibly save money there. So the next steps is that we, again, like I've already mentioned, we still have about $4.5 million to go. And I've mentioned this before, and I've said it again, and I've been very clear about this, nothing is off the table. I've made that statement multiple times in multiple conversations, especially when you're having to do year over year millions of dollars of cuts. And again, one could argue in the past 16 months we had to, almost reduce our budget by almost $20 million, which is a no small feat by itself. And so these are some of the other areas that we have yet to look into, but we will have to look into these other buckets to see if there's possibilities of savings. No one wants to do this work. There's other conversations that I'm having with other district administrators, especially those who find themselves in a deficit. And it's hard work. And we're charged to still move our district finances forward in the best way that we know how. I know these conversations do impact, again, everybody that's in the room. I think that goes without saying. These conversations impact everyone that's in the room. And just because you may not be here in this room is impacting someone that you know. And so that's the presentation, and I'll take questions from the board.
Any questions? Board Member Levy?
Thank you. I have a couple. The first is, excuse me, is there an opportunity to enhance the choir opportunities within general music class to compensate for the potential elimination of middle school choir? Do we have room within the curriculum to address that?
Yes, we do. Thank you for asking that question. That's a really great question, of course. So in our general music offering, our students, and obviously in our 4K5 buildings, anyone ever go to a concert, you will see how wonderful our music teachers are throughout our district. And so that offering, we've also talked about, because it's still at the high school, I believe we had 14 students signed up for the bass choir. I can't remember off the top of my head right at the moment about, I was looking at course offerings today. And there's an opportunity there for our high school students to come down to and work with with our middle schools, or perhaps, thinking about how we're embedding concerts and using choir as a way for kids to perform, right? So is there a possibility, and again, I haven't talked to the department about this, but they are the experts and have lots of ideas, but I could envision like a band and orchestra concert and we have students singing there as well, right? And so I do see ways to work around it to offer that to our students going forward without having the official 1.0 FTE.
Thank you. And then my other question, is there any type of proposed bridge for our students at Converse with the potential pause of the DLI program? And I appreciate the creativity that seems to already be being stirred up around engaging students. I don't know if we could get Duffy scholars to come in as a part of before school or after school. Language is such a dangerous thing to pause in that learning process. If we come to that, I would just hate to have there be nothing for the students that have participated in DLI for so long.
Yeah, so there is a continuation where they could go back, when they go to middle school, but we also can look across the district and see if there are openings in our other schools at those grade levels, if parents want to switch their students to those buildings, and then they could we would honor that transfer. So that's something that we've talked about. And then the other thing to just really understand is we do have a growing population that are multilingual. And when we think about who we are servicing, that's critically important. And so we have done some training with our biliteracy coaches and our literacy coaches this year around English language, embedding that into strategies and embedding that into the classroom. So that's another piece that we're really thinking about, to be progressive and to change with our population that we serve as that's changing as well. And so that's where I'm swimming tonight, but there's a lot of other conversations that we need to work through that include the principal and the teachers and the individuals in HR, because filling those vacancies with this additional DPI barrier, I'm going to call it that, is putting us in a position.
And I think my final question, and I just want to acknowledge how challenging it can be, just the thought of transferring your student, so the loss of that environment and friends or a program that they love can be a tough ask. And if I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like Converse is in a unique position where they have been hit hard with staffing at DLI. Have conversations occurred about shifting DLI professional that are licensed and meet the qualifications for DPI, so that no one school has to bear kind of like an overwhelming burden of that limited, I'll say, DLI staff?
Yeah, I'll have Dee Dee kind of talk to that a little bit. I think that's a good question for you.
Thank you. That is a good question. The issue that we're having right now is that all of our buildings that have DLI programming are going to be impacted. We currently have one at the middle school and one at the elementary level that, because of their license status and DPI's new change to licensure, they may be impacted adversely. They would have to invest a significant amount of money and go back to school, and it's a lot to ask for someone to do. So at this point, Converse became the focal point, because at the time we were unable to staff that 4th and 5th, but knowing that we don't have sufficient DLI staff to go around, the likelihood of being able to move someone into it at this point, unless we strike gold in finding some DLI teachers, it does not seem feasible.
I completely understand the ask about licensure. I have personally been asked to do that, so you're preaching to the choir on that one. So with the hit that we're hearing that Converse is taking, is also what I'm hearing is that they are not the only building that's going to take the same hit. We were just talking about them this evening. Is that accurate?
We are speaking about them this evening because of the progression to 4th and 5th. We are anticipating that we will have additional vacancies in other schools that will not be impacted as adversely as Converse, but that will preclude us from being able to move staff into Converse, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I will just add, we're working right now on looking at an audit of our DLI programming, and we'll be bringing that to the board so that we have an overview of thinking about what are some, almost an executive summary of recommendations about what we should do moving forward when we consider, the offering, the value, the staffing, and all of the pieces to run DLI programming.
Any other board members have questions? Brian Anderson.
Yeah, so I guess bear with me for a minute here. I'm just a banker here, but and we're trying our new cadence out tonight. But I would tell you that this is something that I think I want to see come to the finance committee for just more detail. And it's part of the detail is on the spending, not just the bottom line, right? So if we have a budget number, we kind of have a budget number. And you start with cuts, and we're going to get there because we have to, right? There's only a certain amount of money. But just because you reach that number doesn't mean it's a good budget. That's just telling us how much we're spending, right? And so what are we spending on? And I keep thinking through my head, my own household, that's how people relate, right? How does my household work? And I say, well, if I got $100 to spend, and next week I only got $88 to spend because I got a cut. And my wife says, don't worry about it. I made the cuts. We're going to spend $88. I can't just say, okay, well, that's great. You made the cuts. If $87 is being spent to go to the movie theater and we're not spending the money where we need to spend it, then that's not a good budget, even if it's balanced, right? So the detail on the spending piece of it, I understand we got to start with cuts, and it's hard work, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it, and there's more to do, but before there's a budget that's presented to the full board, I think the detail in the spending has to be transparent, and I appreciate Objective C in this thing where you said, hey, we want transparency and communication, and we're going to have a structure for feedback. It says annual feedback to reflect the community's diversity to inform decision-making. I think annual is great in a perfect world. I think we got to have something now more often than that, similar to what the Milton School District's doing, where they're having public forum sessions and having open discussion. How are we spending this? And if we think we ever have a chance of passing a referendum, that's the level of engagement we have to have. And there's no good answers here, and I think we all understand that. We'd rather be doing other things. We'd rather find more ways to add value and spend money and bring in more programs, but that's not where we're at. So I'll work with my committee on the finance committee to, schedule some additional meetings to get some more in-depth things. I'd love to see that public focus group input and see those details.
So are you suggesting that the public focus groups happen through the finance committee rather than the entire board?
I think the focus group that involves the committee could be anybody that wants to show up. I'd love to see a turnout like we've had tonight where people have spoken about discipline or how the budget affects staff. I think the comments tonight have told us all more than we could have gotten out of a presentation, right? So I don't think you can have too much of that discussion. So not looking for a smaller group. I'm looking for a higher frequency until we get through this budget process.
Thank you. I see board member Megan Miller has her hand up.
Thank you so much, and sorry for the alliteration there. I really appreciate the conversation. Board members Levy and Anderson sort of already commented on the things that so I just want to echo their sentiments, both about DLI, and one of the first things that came to mind when I saw this posted was, wow, we're really going to need to do some public budget workshops. So I think if I can expand for a moment on Board Member Anderson's thoughts, I think it would be productive to have some community engagement in at least two different styles. One being similar to our referendum presentations, which I thought were fabulous, where our administration had a kind of a presentation prepared, kind of led the discussion on like, here's like the information, and then facilitated a kind of a Q&A. I think that's something that needs to happen. Additionally, I think we need to flip it on the other way, where in the past we've also done like a public hearing style where, hey, the information's out there. We might make just a couple of comments like, hey, here are the facts. And when we're just there as a listening body, where it's not like so much back and forth, we're just here very much like public comment, just to receive, because I think it's really important for us to create that space for people just to be able to voice and not necessarily like engage in a back and forth. And then we can take all of that information and continue to work through committee and our board structure. So that is something that's really important to me in this process. The other thing I just want to bring up, because we didn't have a legislative update kind of piece on the agenda, which is fine. I just want to draw everybody's attention to the fact also that I think there is some statewide advocacy space here as we listen to the very important concerns that we've heard raised tonight, certainly, and other concerns that will be raised throughout the community. I think it's important for us also to let the state know that the 33.3% special education reimbursement that was in the budget that was approved for the 2023-2025 school year is completely inadequate. As we heard tonight voiced in public comment, there is still a $1.5 billion annual funding gap in special education across the state, whereas schools, students who attend voucher schools get a 90% reimbursement voucher, or up to a 90% reimbursement voucher. And I think also just making sure that we braid all of that work together in a way that we can be good stewards of the voices of our community, our teachers, our students, as well as good advocates going forward, because the problems are not going to go away until the funding is changed. So that's all I had to say. Thank you for the presentation to our administrators.
Vice President Brian Nichols.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Yeah, Board Member Anderson, I 100% concur with all that you said. I think, we've got a lot of things to take care of in a short amount of time, and I think the more heads we have involved and the more detail that we can get, the better off that we can do. Something one of you said made me think of something. I was involved 100 years ago in a 5-year strategic plan for the division that I worked for. And it was a humongous effort, and there were only 2 of us doing it, but we had the access to the other people in the organization. But we didn't create the 5-year plan and just set on it. Every year we updated it. Every single year we updated that strategic plan. So it was a rolling 5-year plan. So maybe that's something we might want to consider going forward, is that I know that takes more effort, but so be it. That might help us through some of these tough situations, see them coming a little bit sooner than, obviously after the referendum failed. So that's just a thought, but I 100% agree that we should, bring back our committee and start meeting considerably more often.
Thank you. Board Member Greg Schneider.
I just want to thank Dr. Garrison and all of the administrative staff for the hard work that they've had to put in to reduce the budget deficit to this point. And just that we need to acknowledge that the last $4.5 million is going to be the toughest out of any of it, because it's going to have to end up, in a way, impacting students. Because between last year, the $10 million that we had to cut, and this year, the 10.8, there's not much left that isn't going to start doing serious impact to the students, which I find very unfortunate that we're at this point, as the community has asked us to reduce behavioral issues in the school and to increase academic achievement, and everything that we've been doing has led to those two things. And now if we have to continue to start cutting programming and at some point increasing class sizes, it's going to make it even more difficult to do what the community is asking us to do. And I think the community needs to be aware that while signs that were posted for the last referendum said money won't help, well, if you don't have the money, you can't provide the programming, you can't have the staff. And while I understand all of the talk tonight about needing more staff in the school, and I agree, we can't do that if we're cutting money, and we continually have to do that. You know, we are in a very difficult spot right now. And I thank Dr. Garrison and all of the administrative staff for their hard work at this point and bringing us this preliminary look at the budget cuts, and knowing that they'll continue working on it until we get closer to that deadline when we need to get it. So I just want to thank them for all of their effort, and just, you know, to remind everybody that we're trying to do what the community is asking and what the students need. But we still do have to have the funds to be able to do that. So,
Board Member Hankins, and then we'll cycle back around.
Thank you. Mr. Chady, if I could just go back to you for a second. When you talked about the shifting of the dollars spent, or the teachers paying, going from 2 to 4%, and you mentioned 257,000, is that per month? 257, is that times 12?
The 257,000 would be an approximate annual annual cost reduction to the district.
Okay.
I don't want to say savings because, again, that's
Correct.
a cost shift, right? It's taking
Correct.
district expense and putting that on the burden of the insureds.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to mention what we're all talking about here, and as I understand it, this is all for discussion tonight, and we're not coming to any. I thank the administration also for putting this information together for us to look at. I do agree with Mr. Anderson that it needs to be more in-depth. I would like to see a building by building. Tonight we kind of laser focused on Converse and some of their things, but all the other buildings are going to have these shifts also. To me, as a board member, I'd like to see building by building what's being proposed, and the enrollment numbers comparatively to that school and the reductions. And that would be most helpful to me. Thank you.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you. With us testing out this new cadence, I just want to make sure that we understand the process for shifting information to committee work. Board Member Anderson, what you described sounds wholly appropriate. Does the board need to make a motion to send something to that committee so that they know they need to schedule their meetings? How is that being handled?
Parliamentarian Levy, I was hoping you had that answer.
Here's the thing. We can make a motion to move things to committee, and I thought that's how we would handle it. But it would make sense for me if that motion came from the committee chair, because they have a relevant understanding of what they want their committee to review.
I think another side thought to that is we set aside time, of course, before the meetings to have some of these committee meetings as well as a part of the conversation in our last cadence conversation. And so based off of when the committee would like to meet, we could also just, with the board, in this case, the chair's recommendation to have a committee meeting, we can just post it that way as well. So there's two ways. One could argue we could do that. One, we could have a conversation, Mr. Anderson, as it pertains to when you would like to have that meeting, and then we could post it and we could have a committee conversation. Kind of go from there too.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. We can certainly work that up between us and coordinate it before meetings, like you said, and I think the members that are on the committee, I think, are all pretty flexible, so we can do that in tandem before other meetings that we already have scheduled.
Brian Nichols, and then I will request a motion. Okay, wonderful. Can I get a motion?
I'm not sure if a motion.
A motion for what?
Oh, I thought you were suggesting we needed a motion to move it back to committee.
Oh, I was just asking for clarification for how we want to shift information.
Okay.
So if we want to have the board direct information to committees, that's fine. If we want to agree by consensus that that'll be between the committee chair and Dr. Garrison, since it's not regularly scheduled, if board members could get an email like we typically do on postings for committee meetings, that would be helpful.
Yeah, that'd be a great plan. Just pretty much do it like we would normally do and meet before the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks. And Secretary Shope, do you mind taking care of that email and getting us all on the same page? Thank you. Okay, let's move to restorative practices discussion. This was on the agenda last meeting, and I brought it back for a discussion tonight because Board Member Levy had an excellent question last meeting, and that was if we were to cancel the new route program, would we have greater costs? And in the interim, the other bids came to light, and I wanted to bring that to discussion so we can all understand what the costs are, the direct costs and indirect costs.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. And one of the things that we want to do is, of course, respond to those questions. And so I'm not going to spend much time going back over the previous presentation as we had that last week, and not necessarily due for time, but we also want to be, respectful to the time frame that we have for all of our discussions. And so we want to answer those two questions, and then, of course, see if there's any board questions beyond that. And so the first question centered itself around, I want to start with the bids first. Is that okay, Missy?
Yep.
The bidding process, and I'll have Mr. Weir go into that question, and then we'll tackle the last question with Mrs. Beavers. Thank you. You can explain the bidding process.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Weir, Director of Special Education for the School District of Beloit. So the bidding process, we really started in January of 2022. Once our plan was approved by DPI in terms of kind of what we were looking at implementing to address some of our disproportionality, we started to do research around organizations that can help support our district in moving restorative practices forward. This also came around the same time that some of our buildings were actually exploring the possibility of moving forward with building trainings around this as well, and they had kind of reached out to us, and we were like, actually perfect timing, we're starting this process here, and we're gonna look to do it district-wide instead of just a building here or a building there. In March of 2022, we had then identified 3 potential partners that would potentially have the capacity to support our district in this work moving forward. Those 3 partners were Restorative Justice Education, which is out of Fort Collins, Colorado, Restore More, which is out of Atlanta, Georgia, and then New Route, which is out of Chicago, Illinois. In April of 2022, we then set up individual meetings with each of those organizations to hear more about what they can provide in regards to supporting a school district in implementing restorative justice practices and embedding it into the culture and routines within our buildings, and gave us the opportunity to really explain to these organizations what we need here in response to some of the information that we had been gathering from our buildings. So we met with Restorative Justice Ed on April 6th, Restore More on April 7th, and New Route on April 8th. This slide really outlines the differences between those three organizations and what they could commit to in regards to supporting our district and the work moving forward. Restorative Justice Ed was the one organization that was able to provide us the least amount of support. They really embraced a train-the-trainer model with access to online learning modules, which coming out of the pandemic, we had gotten a lot of feedback from staff that sitting in front of a computer for online learning, not necessarily what they were most interested in at that time. And there was little to no opportunity for that organization to support us long-term in regards to coaching and implementation in each of our sites. Restore More had limited availability. They were willing to provide on-site services, and you can see them listed in the box on this slide as well. However, they did disclose to us at the time that they had just entered into a partnership with the New York State Department of Ed to support their large urban districts. And so they really weren't sure long-term, outside of this 1 year implementation, what level of support they could provide, as at that time, they were a team of 3 individuals from that organization. They didn't have a large staff capacity. And then New Root, you can see on the boxes there all the things that they were able and willing to support us with as well. And they were the only organization that was really able to commit to a 3-year implementation timeline, provided our first year was successful. We had asked for that ability to have 2 additional years of support because the plans that we write to submit to the state are 3 to 5 year plans. Because implementation science shows us that we need that time for things to come to fruition and for us to really start to see those results. And so while the initial bids we were asking for were just for that 1 initial year, we needed to know that the partner was able, if we decided to continue to move forward and got the approval of the board for the additional 2 years, to meet those demands, and New Root was able to do that.
I'll pause there and ask if there are any questions about the bidding process that we went through with the selection about 3 years ago.
Go ahead, Board Member Nichols.
So I had notes on here. So what were the bids?
What were the bids?
Yes.
Restorative, in terms of dollar amount?
Yes.
Restorative Justice Ed gave us a quote for $14,000. Again, though, that was only to train 10 people with access to online learning modules to move forward and access to a Google Drive of resources. Restore More's bid was $91,500. They had that limited availability, but that was priced to commit to 6 on-site professional development sessions, 1 session just to administration and the ability to engage in 1 tune-up session or a parent workshop, depending on what we had decided at that time. New Root's bid came in at $164,000 for that first year. That was to implement district-wide wellness checks that allowed us to have access guaranteed to a minimum of 2 dedicated staff from their team on site, providing the professional learning and coaching and support with the work that we're doing as a district. That quote was for 4 administration professional development sessions, 10 administration community of practices, 10 building team lead community of practices, 4 district-wide professional development sessions that were open to any staff member to choose to participate in during our professional learning days, and an integration of the restorative justice work with our district SEL resources.
So that was the first year. The other 2 that was the first year also?
Yes.
The other 2 quotes for 1 year?
Yes,
Okay.
correct, sorry.
So year 2, cost for year 2.
We went to bid for year 1.
Okay. Okay.
We looked at year 1 only. We came to the board with year 1 only.
Okay. So, so what happens when we lose administrators and teachers that are on these teams? How does that affect the cost?
It doesn't affect the cost.
So they get retrained?
additional staff get retrained.
Okay. As part of the $164,000.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. Okay. But seriously, what's the cost for year 2 and and cost for year 3? Because you said it was a 3-year deal, right?
Can you, Dr. Garrison, that slide is towards the end that I presented at the last board meeting.
Okay. 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 Okay, so 22-23 was 164,000, which you gave me. 2023, I apologize. 2023-24 was 367,000, not to exceed, and that's ESSER funded.
Correct.
Correct. But the first year was grant funded through what?
CCEIS, which is
Okay.
a portion of our flow-through grant.
Okay, and then next year is 180, not to exceed 189,000, ESSER funded.
Correct.
But the ESSER funding has to be spent by the end of September.
Correct.
Okay. So do we know what it is going forward from there?
We will pay year 3 at the start of year 3.
Okay. Okay. And so total amount paid from July 22nd to today is $378,850. Is that through April? Is that through March? Is that through
Today.
today? Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board member questions? Oh, go ahead, Board Member Hankins.
Is there any data to support New Route and what they've accomplished in the district since it started? It's 2 years, I guess, now?
So we did present in slides 11 and 12, kind of looks at some of that data. Of course, like we mentioned in the last presentation, we can't necessarily say that everything that we've seen in the reduction of our discipline opportunities here in the school district can't all say it points directly to just New Route. I'm sorry, restorative practices, my apologies. But we can say that here are some of the changes that we've had to experience under these conversations around restorative practices here in our school district. Slides 11, 10, 11, 12, 13, and probably into 14 also speaks a little bit to that data, Board Member Hankins.
So as their contract, Ms. Beavers, have they fulfilled their contractual obligation to the district when they said they would supply this and that? They have done everything they were required to do with their
Yes.
contract? Okay.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you so much. Just to clarify, Dr. Garrison, and I know we can't pinpoint because of this action, we got this result. So with that in mind, during the time that we've been using New Route as a district, has the district gone from being identified as by DPI as disproportionate with respect to discipline, disaggregated by race, to not being identified as disproportionate? And if so, you are the ones that are on the ground in the day-to-day of this. Do you believe that any of that is attributable to the restorative practices work that the district has engaged in?
So, to answer your first question, yes. So, we initially were identified significant racial discrepancy in special education discipline for our students that are Black, African American, Hispanic, and 2 or more races, and we are significantly disproportionate in discipline practices as a district for our students who are Black, African American. We have since not been identified as disproportionate. We have gone back to discrepant. So essentially it's like it's no identification, a discrepant identification, or disproportionate. So we are moving in the right direction. It is unrealistic for any district to move completely from disproportionate right to 0 identification without making that progress. But we have been making progress. And we would contribute some of that. Again, we don't want to say that it's 100% because of implementing restorative practices with the assistance and coaching with our partner New Route, but they're definitely, we're seeing preliminary results that we can say that it has had an impact in combination with other efforts that we've worked to implement as well.
Thank you so much for that clarification.
And so the second part of the question, I'm sorry, board.
Any other board members with questions right now that haven't asked questions yet regarding this topic? I have a question about the grant funding, if nobody else has a question then. And that is, what else can that grant money be spent on, or does it have to be spent on New Route or a comparable program like New Route?
So the CCEIS funding, which is mandated set aside of our special education flow-through funds, the stipulation is it needs to be spent on programs and supports at a universal level, not for students with disabilities. So it literally forced us to take money away from our students with disabilities and put it towards efforts that are supporting all of our students in our buildings.
Could those efforts be something other than a New Route program, such as more support staff in the special ed classrooms?
No.
Or something?
It cannot be for that. And
It has to be for programs.
Can we just finish the thought and then go?
So the way we wrote our plan was to support our social, emotional, behavioral programs and opportunities in our building. We identified restorative justice as one kind of pillar under that framework. And so we are obligated to spend those funds towards restorative justice. And I do just want to clarify, because I do hear a lot, New Route is not a program. Restorative justice is the work that we're doing. New Route is merely a partner that we have entered into an agreement with to support us in that work. They don't provide us curriculum. They don't provide, they help us develop common language. They support through professional learning around what truly restorative practices are. They've helped buildings identify all those proactive things that they can put in place through community building, building relationships to help keep kids from making choices that end up resulting in code of conduct infractions.
The only piece I wanted to add, and I wish I had said it the first night, so I'm just going to mention it because Board Member Levy brought that up just now when she was asking about the improvements. When you look up at the screen right now and you see IDEA, that is a federal policy. So when you have a federal civil rights, Department of Civil Rights has a finding that we are disproportionately suspending, another reframe of that is, oh, we are disciplining. And what they are saying to us is, what are you doing differently? How are you changing practices? Because this is coming from the Department of Civil Rights. And so the state and DPI is coming to them, but that's because that came from a higher department. And the state of Wisconsin had those findings. We had some of the largest educational gaps in the country. And so you have to have a plan and you have to submit it and you have to reflect on how are we doing things differently. Because again, if we're disproportionately suspending students, that means we are using it, and in fact, their way of looking at that, right? Another way to look at that is we are overusing that to correct behavior, right? It's exclusionary. And so that's what IDEA is saying if you read that policy.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Brian. Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Actually, Board President Johnson, I just had my hand up for a while. Do you mind if I jump in?
Please, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I just haven't spoken to the issue yet. I appreciate it. First of all, I just want to say, wow. Thank you so much to the teachers and administrators that are doing this work. because as Ms. Beavers just pointed out very eloquently, it is a very difficult thing to put yourself outside of your comfort zone as an educator and as an educational professional and engage in this work. And I am so impressed with the amount of progress that we've made. So I just really want to thank everybody who's been involved, everybody who's sort of like had to have the courage to step into something unfamiliar and do this very necessary and important work for our children. I have two quick questions. One, because based on at least the beginning of an earlier public comment, it sounds like there might be some misunderstanding about what restorative practices is. So I just want to clarify to make sure that we're using this, like you talked about, common vocabulary. So what I'm referencing when I'm thinking about restorative practices is I pulled up John Hattie's visible learning work, which is a research synthesis of findings from over 1,400 meta-analyses of 80,000 studies involving 300 million students in the United States about what works best for education. And in the subset of classroom influences, the highest rated thing on a list of, let me just count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different types of classroom influences is a behavior intervention program. So when we're talking about restorative practices, we're talking about a proactive behavior intervention program. Dr. Garrison or Ms. Beavers or Mr. Weir, is that right?
When we're talking about behavior intervention programming, it's not that. I'm sorry.
It's more restorative.
Okay, so can you?
Oops, sorry.
Do you want us to explain it, Mrs. Miller?
Well, I guess what I'm after is that it seems to me like all of the research that's available, and maybe I'm mischaracterizing it based like in my classroom experience, it's about proactive practices that center like individual student well-being in terms of instruction, proactive behavior intervention, and then when there is an offense, there is a restorative opportunity for both the offender and the offended and those who are impacted by it, which the purpose of that would then be to teach like compassion, understanding, and behavior improvement. I mean, is that characterizing it, or is there anything that I'm missing there?
That's correct, but that is different than a program. You're talking about practices.
No, absolutely. And I think that like these practices, I'm sure, are in tandem with, I think we have some programs, right? Like, is it mindsets that we use, for example? Like we do have programming.
Yes, we do have
Okay.
behavior.
Well, I guess I just wanted, okay.
I'm sorry. We do have behavior intervention.
No, I apologize because there's a delay.
Oh, okay. Then I'll pause.
No, I apologize because I keep ending. I'm not intending to interrupt. There's like a delay in the audio because I'm home, and I apologize for inconveniencing you with that. But in any case, I really appreciate the opportunity just to clarify that. And like the last comment I wanted to make earlier, and Ms. Beavers also just brought up, is that year over year, Wisconsin is, at least in terms of education disproportionality, ranked as, if not the most, among the most dangerous state for Black and brown children to be educated because of our school to prison pipeline. And exclusionary discipline has been studied since the 70s and has never been shown, ever been shown, to produce positive outcomes for children. And since we are in the business of centering on what is best for children, I believe we all have little placards at some point in the boardroom reminding us that when we make decisions based on what is in the best interest of children, or we used to have them, or something to that effect. I just wanted to highlight that because, Ms. Beavers, I really appreciate your comments. We're here for every child. And I really think that since exclusionary discipline has never, ever been shown to produce positive outcomes for children, and while limited, the research that exists around restorative practices and restorative justice is shown to yield positive results and to interrupt the school to prison pipeline. I just really appreciate our willingness to put ourselves outside of our comfort zones, since every day our students put themselves outside of their comfort zones in order to learn in our classrooms. Thanks.
Board Member Brian Nichols.
We were certainly working on restorative practices before 2 years ago, right? I'm assuming.
To the best of my knowledge, there was a push in 2015, but there was a in-district trainer, and it wasn't mandated in buildings. You volunteered and came to the training should you wish.
So was that with an organization, or was that an employee of the district?
I can't answer, I don't know the answer to that. I believe the person that was delivering the training as an optional training was a district employee. I don't know where her training came from. I don't know the answer to that.
I can tell you from what I understand as well that there was, and again, this is just the history digging in papers, right, and trying to figure out what was in this conversation. There was training, as I understand it. As I understand it, it was conducted by an employee, as Mrs. Beaver stated. But also in that same vein, in our next conversation, it was noted that because of the restorative practice conversation, there was documented decreases in our discipline even when it was practiced back in 2015 and 16. And so, food for thought.
Right. And I appreciate that. I want us to keep restorative practices aside because we are talking about the New Root partnership or whatever you want to call it.
Partnership.
It's
That's what
I believe all of the board members received an email today from a former employee administrator that posed some good questions. Why didn't we use PBIS? Why didn't we use a program we previously had? Unfortunately, I've not heard any positive feedback regarding New Root and its impact on behavior or academic achievement in the schools, other than from the people in this boardroom. And we really have to consider the costs of New Root, not just the financial dollar amount, but the cost to our learning environment for our students, the security and safety of our teachers, and retention of our educators. I would much rather spend money on retaining teachers and training them in a program program, partnership, whatever, they are receptive to and feel comfortable using.
So just for point of clarity around PBIS, so PBIS is quite an antiquated framework. The state itself has disbanded its PBIS center. They don't even support the old school PBIS mentality of token economies because the research has shown that it's ineffective in regards to maintaining positive behaviors in learning environments.
Have all board members who wanted to comment?
Go ahead.
Okay. Greg Schneider, I don't think you've commented on this yet.
Nope, okay. Anytime you introduce a new program or strategy, it's going to take 3 to 5 years before you begin to see any amount of results that are consistent. Especially when we take a look at restorative practices where the first year was really looking at training the teams, training the administration. It wasn't even getting strongly into training the teachers. It takes time to get everybody trained to be able to proceed with the procedures in a way that's consistent, so it does give us results to do that. If we look at New Root or any group that comes in, we also have to think of that we're getting experts, people that really know what they're doing right off the bat. If the district was going to pick it up and do that training, how much would it cost us to send 10 or 20 trainers somewhere else for a week for 3 years in order to get the training, to begin to do the training within the district. If we want to approach programs and to improve things in a very systematic and consistent way, we do sometimes have to pay for that expertise who's going to be able to train us right away in the correct way to move forward with that. So if we start looking at what it would cost for us to train our own people, it's going to probably come to as close to or more than what we're paying New Route to come in and coming into our district to do those supports, so that they're actually working with teachers and administrators as they're trying to go through the process, not in a workshop somewhere else. That doesn't make any difference which group or what it is that you're trying to do. It takes time to get results, and you do have to look at what is the advantage you're getting of going with a consultant to come in and to train you with that, who's also available in the future if you need to have somebody come back in and do some quick retraining on somebody, than what it would take to send a lot of people from the district out to get that training and then to come back and to have to work with, to be able to institute it here. Now that we've gone through the training, or when we do the implementation, we'll have people in the district who will be able to train new teachers as they come in and to move forward with this. So, we have to consider that too, not just that we're spending this kind of money to get something to happen, but what are the advantages of a contract over trying to do it ourselves? So,
Board Member Tom Hankins, you had your...
I'm just going to go back to a couple weeks ago, and I think, Board Member Levy asked me the question. It wasn't the restorative justice that was being hashed out, it was New Route, and New Route just seemed to be the lightning rod that I kept hearing over when I was running for board. Get rid of it. The teachers didn't buy into it. The administration didn't buy into it. They dug their heels in. They didn't have any ownership to New Route. It was not the restorative justice end of it. And I don't know, where there's smoke, there's fire. And I know that COLAC has their viewpoint on it, but if you ask the rank and file on the implementation of that, it was a common drumbeat that I kept hearing, and I still hear. I would like to know, New Route has to have a track record by now and look at similar demos of a different district and how they've done in other areas that New Route has been implemented at. I know they're out of Chicago, but I don't know. They have to have a track record by now, I would imagine. I'm not sure when they were organized, when they were formed. I just think it needs to be rehashed that we're doing right now, because it was a lightning rod for me when I was in January, February, March. I just kept hearing it over and over, New Route. I didn't even know what it was, but I just think we're doing the prudent thing and researching it right now. I don't know if we're coming to a decision. Maybe we are tonight. Discontinue. I don't know the side effect. If we do discontinue that contract, there's a penalty with that involved, and we pick up with someone else. I just think we're doing the right thing in hashing it out right now. Thank you.
That's a good question. Are there penalties? What are the penalties? And just so you know, board members can take action on any agenda items. Brian Nichols, you were next with your hand up.
Thank you. Board President Johnson alluded to some communication that we received, and I can tell you that when I was running a year ago and all year this year, I have been reached out by parents, teachers, former teachers, administrators, former administrators, community members have reached out, and they say it's not working. And we had 6 people tonight you're one of them, 6 people in this room who are teachers saying our discipline is not good. You need to, let me finish. You need to stay in the, one teacher said you need to stay in the schoolroom more than 15 minutes. You need to stay there all day to see what really happens in our schools. So I think we're doing a disservice if assuming all these things are true, we're doing a disservice to all the other students in the room. And I agree, I hear what you're saying, Greg. We probably have enough people now that it's been 2 years, right? We're into the 2nd year with New Route, right?
Yes.
So we should have plenty of people trained that we can do it by ourselves now. But I think the time is now is to cut our losses and get rid of New Route and do our own thing and find something better and make sure that our classrooms are safe for everybody. And I'll throw this one other example out. Mrs. Pills, bear with me. What happened at the high school on May the 6th in the diversity meeting? There was a fight, correct? So in a diversity meeting in a high school, we have a fight that interrupted an assembly of the entire school. Is that fair to everybody else there? No. So I make a motion, I move to discontinue services with New Route effective immediately.
Just a point of order, you absolutely have the right to make a motion, but I don't think discussion has ended. And I think one of our board norms is to hear each other out before a question is called and a motion is made. So again, just wanted you to keep that in mind.
Okay, well, there's always room for discussion after the motion, correct?
Only on the motion, not open discussion.
Okay.
Board Member Megan Miller, is your hand up?
Yes, my hand's up. Let me unclick it. Thanks. Okay, so it was pretty clear to me when I saw this agenda item posted on the agenda again, after we had already had a robust discussion about it the week before, that this is like the clear intention of this agenda item being posted, which I believe to be very misleading and disingenuous, since there is not a recommended action item listed, number one. Number two, we are doing a disservice not only to our students by defunding a program and essentially I apologize, a partnership, by discontinuing a partnership in the middle of implementation that is intended to support every child. That is research backed nationally over the last 20 plus years. Furthermore, I'm really failing to understand how we can sit here and bemoan school violence, school discipline issues, and in the same breath advocate that we take funding away from programming that is intended, partnership and work that is intended to help us better structure ourselves as educators, build capacity within buildings to better and more proactively address those concerns. And as Mr. Weir pointed out, it takes a minute. Nobody goes from, and I'm going to mess up this language, so I'm not even going to try, the worst rating from DPI to 0 rating. We need a minute. And the fact that we are moving up on that continuum and also having a discussion about interrupting the work that has assisted us, moving up that continuum seems incongruent and does not seem to be in the best interest of protecting our students, our teachers, or ensuring that we continue to address the disproportionality issue that we have.
Thank you, Board Member Miller. I did bring this back for discussion when I was informed, my neighbor informed me that the other bids had become public and the huge discrepancies between a $30,000 $100,000-ish bid, a $90,000-ish bid, and a then almost $2 million bid was a little bit alarming.
To clarify, that 1 year was not a $2 million bid. It was 164,000.
164,000 for the first year. Okay. We have a huge, we still have, what, over $4 million we need to cut. If we can, again, spend the CEIS money on other items to address this, no one is saying get rid of restorative practices. What we're saying is new route, from everything we are hearing from within the school districts and the school district staff, is ineffective. I don't see why we would continue spending money on an ineffective program. I'd much rather spend the $30,000, go to this RJ Ed, ask them, hey, we've got another year in this, we'll give you your $14,000, whatever, and come and do your training. That would be fine with me. I'm concerned that this was not as well thought out as what I would like to see for our school district of Beloit. It appears to me that under the allowable cost for IDEA, coordinated early intervening services from the DPI, it looks like there are a lot of other things we could be using this for. So that is why we are having this conversation, and to address the issue of not having a motion in the agenda, I would prefer the board meetings to have conversation and not have me put a motion out there, but the board come and decide what they would like to do. Board Member Amy Levy, your hand's next.
Thank you so much. I will be brief. I think it is completely reckless to end a partnership for practices that the majority of the board says that we are committed to, and we'll figure out what to do about it at some later date. Again, I think that's reckless. To just say, we'll go back to option 3, when thank you for laying out, there wasn't just the difference in money, it was the difference in services. And to go back to Board Member Anderson's previous point about a balanced budget that does not serve us well isn't a good thing. Just to select something because it has a lower dollar amount, if the support isn't there, does not mean that that is the best option. I think for the time that has been put into this practice, that the majority of the board has said publicly that we are committed to, without the intermediate step of saying new route. There are some concerns. How can we partner together to address these concerns? It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, which I think is absolutely ridiculous.
Board Member Greg Schneider, your hand's up.
Again, we're looking at a program and taking questions and concerns and saying it's not working when it isn't fully implemented yet. It's like you take your car in to have the engine rebuilt, they have it half done, you say, nope, you're taking too long, it costs too much, we're done, I'm driving it out of here. You're giving up in the middle of the work. It's not completed. We knew up front that it was going to take several years to implement the process, and whether it was New Route or in either of the other groups, it would really be at the same point. And to say, yes, okay, there was a fight at the school, and say, well, the restorative justice didn't prevent that. Well, you're right. And if we hadn't started it, it still would have happened. And this does not replace the code of conduct. I mean, that's what we've been saying all along. If there's a fight that's there, that goes directly to the code of conduct. It needs to be handled under the code of conduct. It's what happens afterwards so that people begin to understand the consequences of their actions as a way to help reduce behavioral issues in the future. You know, it isn't going to solve every problem that comes up. Nor should it be expected to. It is a process to begin to work along with the social and emotional learning to increase understanding and appropriate behaviors on our students. And that comes after the code of conduct is put into place. You know, you do have to look at what are the services you're getting for the money that you are spending. And that is something that there is so much difference between New Route and either of the other companies that offered services. And the fact that, you know, if we looked at the amount that's here, the amount for the third year is much less than it was for the second year, and that's to work with the staff to get the program implemented and the process is working correctly, things that the other two companies weren't able to do. I mean, so we have to look at the full services that we're getting from it, just like you do with anything else. If you're purchasing anything for your home, you look at what it is you need to get, but you need to look at what are the options you have, what are the services you get, and are those added services worth the dollars that you're spending for it? And I think we're losing sight of what the advantages are that are offered by New Route over the other companies.
Board Member Brian Nichols.
Thank you, Board Member Schneider. I heard everything you said. However, I'm thinking about the children that are missing out on an education. We have lost a lot of teachers this year. We have lost a lot of administrators, and there's some more that are going before the end of this school year, and they're leaving for better opportunities at less pay because of the discipline issue. And we heard it tonight from people who are still here. And I've heard it from people who are not here who left because of that. And that's a disservice to all of our children. You cannot replace a 10 or 15 or 20-year-old teacher with a brand new teacher out of college and have the same continuity. You know, I went through public schools, and I understand. But it's just, it's not working. It's not working well. It's not a well-oiled machine. And again, our kids are failing. Kids need to be taught boundaries and consequences. And that's what the code of conduct is supposed to be doing. But if we let them, excuse me?
Please forgive me. I said that's what parents are supposed to do as well.
That is correct. That is exactly what parents are supposed to do. And we can't be the parents. We have to do the best job we can in educating our children and making them respectable adults. And what Mr. Stenrus showed tonight is amazing. That's awesome stuff. I'm so glad we're doing that because not everybody wants to be a lawyer or a business executive or whatever, so they can, we can educate for the trades, which is amazing. I'm getting off in the weeds. I'm just saying, I've been hearing it for over a year now. Mr. Hankins has been hearing it for 6 months or 5 months or whatever it's been, and Board President Johnson, I think Board Member Anderson is hearing it in people he comes in contact with. People are frustrated. They're frustrated. And then we wonder why they don't vote for the referendum, because we're not taking care of the discipline in the schools. That's part of the reason. It really is.
I think this is
I had somebody, let me finish, Dr. Garrison. I still have the floor. I had a person come into my driveway who was teaching at one of the elementary schools, and she said, Brian, it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy in the classroom. And that's all I'm going to tell you. I'm going to go to another person who came into my driveway and said, I pulled my school kids out because of the discipline in the schools it was scary. And I have another teacher who homeschools her kids because she doesn't feel comfortable in the school district. So that's not all 5,200 kids, and I know we got a lot of bright kids in here in this school district, and I think there's room for a lot more. We just have to be on top of our game and teaching them boundaries and respect. And that's part of restorative, that can be part of restorative practice, but not letting them go and, 50%'s not passing, 50% is failing. We should be holding students back if that's the case. They got to get an education.
Thank you, Vice President Nichols. Our student board representative would like to say a word. So I think it's important that we hear from her, being the voice of the students.
So as you were saying, Mr. Nichols, Board Member Nichols, yeah, it is unfortunate that a lot of students lose educational opportunities because other students have behavior problems. And it is easy to say, well, we're not the parents. It is easy to say, it's taking time to implement a partnership as well. And I understand New Route does have a wonderful aspect of restorative justice. It's not us saying no to restorative justice, it's us saying no to the current issues that are constantly happening, and it's taking a while to implement the partnership, but we have to do something in the meantime because students are losing so many hours, not just minutes, but hours of education when fights break out and students are going out in the hallways because some of them would rather go focus on that rather than focus on education. And then you're just sitting there and the teacher has to go get the students, and it's a bigger issue. And I also work along with younger kids, and I've done this in the summer full time from early in the morning till the afternoon. And I've taught them boundaries. I've taught them multiple different aspects of restorative justice. We've had circles where we had to talk, and it was not just me, but another staff and an admin in the building. And it's important to implement restorative justice, but it's also just as important to listen to not just one, but multiple voices of students and teachers and admin and people who deal with the students every single day. I'm not saying this program is not important. I'm not saying this program will never work, but I am saying there's something seriously wrong with the way our district is going. And it doesn't just root from kids deciding one day, let's be bad. It's them seeing a pattern of them not getting in trouble or a pattern of them not receiving love at home. So I think we need to be more open-minded about how we think about this program. I also think that the disciplinary issues that have been occurring, it's not gonna take a partnership to fix this. It's bigger than that. And again, Board President, you were saying how it's thousands of dollars, and it's a lot of teachers and students and admin and parents who are saying this isn't working. So I think instead of completely not listening, we need to both be able to comprehend that, let's say we do continue with New Route. What are we doing in the meantime to make sure our students are not focusing on the wrong things? Because if New Route is gonna take a long time to implement, we need to have something else going on so our students don't lose education and our parents don't have frustration because they can't be parents all the time. Because unfortunately, many of them are working a 9 to 5 and they have their kids do extracurriculars because they can't be a parent. But that's just a student input, as I have multiple peers who don't have parents who can parent. And some of them have had to go through alternative education or Challenge Academy and so on and so forth because the restorative isn't being restorative as it's supposed to. And we need to find a different way to do it in the meantime if we do continue. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Megan Miller, and then Brian Nichols, and then let's wrap up with that. Oh.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to, well, thank you so much for those comments. Oops, I gotta lower my hand here. Thank you so much for those comments and that perspective. I am also a teacher in classrooms. I work with students who have reading difficulties and absolutely understand with the breadth of, we're the iceberg, right? We see the tip of the iceberg in each other and nobody really knows, right, what's below that water line. And I think it's really important that you brought that up. So to that point, I'm hearing a lot of folks in our boardroom right now talk about our feelings about a partnership. And I have strong feelings about a lot of issues that come before us, and I try to make decisions based on data and not on my feelings because it's really unfair to the population that we're serving, right? Like I have friends who teach at the high school who have sung the praises of New Root, who I'm sure will be sending some emails tomorrow. But that's not important, really, because even though I value their opinions and perspectives, they don't represent the totality of the population of the school district, just like the people you're hearing from don't either. So what I try to do as a board member is I try to listen, and I try to look at the data. And we know that we can do more than one thing at the same time, right? Like we can teach all of these different subjects. We have these fabulous arts programs. We have all of these things that we can celebrate with our CTE. We're leading 3-to-1 with our career pathways program. So much to be proud of in our district. We can do all of those things at the same time. So I don't see why we can't give due diligence to increasing our capacity, further implementing a partnership that will help all of us. Because, as a teacher and as a grown-up, right, we don't always know what we don't know. That's why it's important for us to be continuous learners. And that is the opportunity that a partnership with an organization like New Root offers to us. I don't want to set the work back. I absolutely wholeheartedly support what I'm hearing about making sure that we are diligently enforcing the code of conduct, because of course that needs to happen. And it sounds like there's room for improvement there. I believe, based on the data that I'm seeing, that we can continue to implement our partnership with New Root while being maybe more, and I don't know because I haven't heard from administrators. I just, based on the couple of comments that we've heard tonight, it sounds like, again, there's room for improvement in that enforcement of the code of conduct. So I believe that our educational professionals, particularly our classroom teachers, are skilled enough to, and our building administrators are skilled enough to do both things, right? To continue to deepen the work in restorative practices in partnership with the current trajectory that we're on. And like, it's nothing even about like New Root specifically. It's like we're already on a track. Why would we step off the track, set progress on hold, while we know that this is such an important issue? So I guess like those are just the points I wanted to raise. And then and then I'm going to step off the mic here, but I just wanted to ask if Ms. Beavers or Mr. Weir or Dr. Garrison had anything to respond to, because we haven't heard from them in a while. And I believe that since they're the ones doing this work, their voices are very important as well.
So I do have a comment, and one of the things that I try to do more listening than I do talking, and I know I don't sound like that always, but I do try to do more listening than I do talking. In this conversation, there's about, one could argue, a third of people who probably believe in the restorative practice conversation, a third of people who are on the fence about it, and a third of people who may not agree with what we're doing. Okay, I like to call it a third conversation. I trust the board when they brought this conversation and approved this conversation based off of your strategic plan, that we will continue to move in this direction as such. I have heard from constituents as well, Mr. Nichols. I've heard from constituents as well, Mrs. Levy, everyone on the board. And one of the things that I have to do a better job at as a district administrator is trying to figure out what's the best path forward. What's the best path forward for all of us? Because clearly, if one person can talk to one board member and say that we don't like it, and then all of a sudden we come back to the conversation and say, let's get rid of it, vice versa, we love it, and well, let's keep it. There's a level of what we all have to understand when we make decisions as a board, that it's a collective decision that was made prior to most of us being here, okay, including me, and I believe that this program has, based off of the data, has shown benefit for our school district. Now, one could say they don't like it. One could say we don't understand it. One could say that we want to, get rid of it. But according to the data that's been presented, not me, just the data that's been presented, one could argue that these conversations have been working for our school district. Now, again, that's according to the data, numbers on paper. Just like you have data and I have data, we all get data information. And we can move that data to how we want to hear it. But there's funds that's been allocated for this. ESSER dollars has been allocated for this in the last 2 years. The I might mess up the acronym there, but the CC funds, say it again? CCIS, thank you. CCEIS, thank you. Funds was already allocated for this. It's already paid for that money is gone. I think sometimes we think there's new money coming to this conversation. That money is gone. That money has been spent already. It's been used. You won't get that money back. I think when people look at the budget, they think, okay, well, we can get this money back. But in this case, up until now, that $358,000 or so, I don't have my numbers in front of me, $378,000 has been used. That money is used. And so there's a conversation that I think we're missing in that we can't get that money back. Yeah. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. That money is used. What we do have a conversation around is what we've allocated these funds based off of the grant that we have. It was approved prior to most of us sitting on this board, including myself. And I believe that we have demonstrated growth in an area in which a lot of people may still have disagreements around as it pertains to our overall discipline in our school district. Now, again, I'm not saying that people's conversations aren't valid or don't have a place in this space, but I am saying that there's two sides of that conversation, and we are only hearing at times the one side in this community. The community that we work in says damaging things about us daily, and it has not helped us. It just hasn't. And I wish back when we were having 94 expulsion hearings or 2,000 plus disciplinary conversations, the conversations was we're going crazy. The district is going crazy. The district is going crazy. Now that we're making some changes, it's like, okay, well, there's still problems, and the changes aren't good enough. Well, I don't know. It's just like we make the changes, right? We start doing the work, right? And we want to see those changes continue to change the commentary. That's what you want to do and as a district administrator, that's the space that we have to operate from. I understand the board can, based off of the rules, can make a motion, can move forward with how you want to, do this. I understand that. But I also want you all to hear me when I say, based off of the data that we've been able to show in this space, we've gotten better. That conversation needs to be permeated through our district as well, because one side of the coin is being heard more than the other, and that's just not fair to the work that we have in front of us. Mrs. Breevers?
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I just wanted to add that a lot of the conversations that you all may be having are based on misinformation. Again, in year one, we trained administrators and building leaders. We haven't even infiltrated the schools yet. So for staff to say new route is not working or restorative justice is not working, we haven't even gone into the buildings yet. If you recall last month, we said we trained building teams, which again is your building administrators, your 2 building champions, and then in addition, maybe 4 to 6 staff members. So I would implore you to ask the people that you're speaking to, have you sat through a new route training? Have you, let me finish, because we let you finish. The other
I'm the
thing
board
last month
president.
that we
Thank
were,
you.
the other thing last month that
Ms. Beavers, we
I'll
have
take care of this.
spoken
I'm sorry.
to people in our district who have attended the trainings. I will quote them directly. New route is a joke.
Thank you. Last month, we were also tasked with clearly communicating with people because of perhaps the misinformation. We will not be able to have that opportunity. Should you make a motion to terminate the contract this evening, we also had a conversation about going back to our partners because we've been very instrumental in meeting with them regularly and providing them with transparent feedback, and we won't be given the opportunity to do that either. So I just wanted to put that out there. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk.
Are there any board members that would like to make a motion and so we can move on? Or if there's no motion, we will move on to the next item.
Oh, I just had my hand raised briefly. I'm not sure if you had a moment. Just as the parliamentarian, I just wanted to briefly speak to the decorum in the room. And I'm very uncomfortable with us using our positions as a reason to talk over people. So to say I'm the president.
I did not yield the floor to Ms. Beavers.
Okay, well, I didn't yield the floor just now. So if I could finish, that would be amazing. I don't think it's okay for us to say, I'm the president, I'm a board member, so I can talk over you. I just want us to be mindful when we have challenging conversations that we are cognizant of the decorum in which we have those conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Levy. I will note that in the future, the board president yields the floor for speaking.
I did ask Mrs. Beavers, and so let me jump in and say this as a team. I did ask Mrs. Beaver to comment after I commented, and so that's directed at me.
Yes, yes.
So thank you. I just want to make sure that's not directed at my staff. I did ask her to comment because she was at the table at the time. I just want to make sure that's noted in the conversation.
Are there any motions regarding this issue? Vice President Brian Nichols.
Well, before that, I just want to clarify a couple things. First of all, again, if I upset anybody, that's not my intention. My intention is to look out for our kids. And I heard everything everybody says, but it seemed like everybody kind of overlooked what we heard in this room tonight from teachers. There was 6 of them that spoke. Mrs. Beavers, the misinformation, I read a list of the people that I've talked to. Parents, teachers, former administrators, and community members. Community members is last. And I understand where you're going with that. And that's the least amount of people I hear it from. Most of it is people who are intimately involved with this district. So, and again, you were here tonight and you heard it in public comment. So I'm not coming from a standpoint of I just believe everything I hear. It's not that. I've had emails, I've had comments, I've had visits in the driveway. And so I too am not against restorative practices as long as it doesn't affect the other kids in the rooms. We got to remember, if there's 20 kids in the room, they all got to be taken care of. Not 1 and 19 are left to flounder. or whatever. That's just a bad example. So anyway, I just think, and as far as somebody brought it up a while ago, Chicago's been using that since 2001. They spent millions of dollars on it. And I don't know what the rating of Chicago's school system, public schools is, but last I heard it wasn't very good. But I don't know that to be a fact. I'm not there. So anyway, but they've been using it since 2001. So, and that's where New Root's headquartered, right? Is in Chicago? Yes. Okay. So, and it's not so much about New Root as the kids. It really is. Can I continue? So I will make a motion that I move to discontinue services with New Root effective immediately due to budgetary constraints and to reevaluate the need for such a program at a later date.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols and a second by Tom Hanks. I'm sorry, Tom Hankins. Ms. Shope, can you read back the motion for me, please?
I can only read most of it. So what I have is move to discontinue services with New Root immediately due to budgetary constraints and to reevaluate, and I didn't catch the tail end.
The need for such a program at a later date.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Brian Nichols, a second by Tom Hankins. Any discussion on the motion? Board Member Megan Miller.
Thank you so much. I'm curious about, I just want to make sure I understand. So it sounds like the board supports restorative practices. However, we're going to discontinue the contract with the partnership we have to implement these practices. So I'm wondering if there's a date in mind, or if our administration could speak to the logistics of how our children will go unharmed, and with, how are we going to address the unmet services that will occur based on this current motion? So what's the date in mind?
If that question is to administration, of course, the action is based off of Board Member Nichols' action. I haven't had time to even think about that at the current time, how we would continue this conversation differently, because this is happening, right now. Thank you for asking the question, Mrs. Miller. We will have to figure out how we can still have the conversations in the district, because it's in our strategic plan. I mean, it's in our strategic plan as it stands.
Okay, and then just a follow-up. I mean, I think this is like an example of that board norm about no surprises. So like maybe next time we can have some discussion ahead of time so we can be better prepared to fill the gaps. Thanks.
Board Member Amy Levy.
Thank you so much. I'm going to iterate, this is reckless. If we say that we are committed to restorative practices, but we want to end a partnership that is assisting us with implementing restorative practices and possibly pick up the conversation at some date and time uncertain, and our children are not receiving restorative practice services in the meantime, is reckless. And whenever there's a vote on the motion, I would like a roll call vote, please.
Any other board members who have not spoken to the motion? Michelle Shope, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Craig Schneider,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
On behalf of my children, nay.
and Tia Johnson. The motion carried 4-3.
Thank you. That brings us to the expulsion process. Nope. Lori Medina, I have asked Lori Medina to speak tonight. Do we still have her on the line?
I'm here.
Okay. Lori Medina worked for the school district for 22 years. She served as the board's expulsion hearing officer while I served on the board from 2009 to 2012. I asked her here tonight to share her perspective on the expulsion hearing process because I remember her to be impartial and thoughtful. She is now retired and is still willing to give her time tonight to support the school district of Beloit. Ms. Medina?
Thank you, Board President Johnson. First, I want to clarify something. I was not the expulsion hearing officer. I was the administrative hearing officer.
Thank you, that's right.
Initially, when I
My
started,
memory.
Bill Henderson was the expulsion hearing officer. And when he left the position, then Mike Holland became the hearing officer. And I did the pre-hearings, the administrative hearings prior to expulsion. Ms. Johnson asked me to present a little bit of background, so I'm just going to give you a little bit of history here. I started with the district in 1996, contracting with them. I was never an employee of the district. And I took the place of an administrator who had been doing the administrative hearings prior to me because administrators just didn't want to get involved in the expulsion process at that time. And a couple of years before that, the board had decided they no longer wanted to do expulsions, and that's when they appointed Bill Henderson as the expulsion hearing officer. The state statutes allow for the board to hold expulsions themselves, or they can appoint an independent hearing panel, or they can appoint an independent hearing officer, which is the way a lot of districts have gone over the years, is to have an independent hearing officer. So we ended up with a three-step process. The administrative hearing, and I got involved in that at the request of the building principal. They would send a request to me for an administrative hearing. I would do all the paperwork to get that process started and would hold the hearing within the student's 5-day suspension. If it went to expulsion, then the expulsion hearing officer held the expulsion hearing. And if the student was expelled, then it would go to the board for final approval or denial or modification of the expulsion hearing order. So I think we provided more due process than the statutes required, and I think it worked effectively for a number of years. Many of the years when I was doing this, we had no alternative programs. So the student either got expelled or got sent back to school. There weren't any other options. So expulsions were higher then because we also had a code of conduct that mandated a number of offenses for expulsion, and that was approved by the board. The board decided what was in the code of conduct. Over time, when we developed programs, or the district developed programs as an alternative to expulsion, I could place students alternatively rather than expelling them or sending them back to school. As far as who did the work, I did all of it. I did all the paperwork except for the expulsion order. I prepared all the notices to the student and the parent, prepared the expulsion packet if it went to expulsion. Mike Holland prepared the expulsion order, and then I sent everything to Michelle Shope, who then sent it to the board prior to their review. So I'm not sure what else you want to know about the process in the past. We had about 25 years maybe of expulsion hearing officer doing the expulsions. And the last couple of years, I understand the board has been doing the expulsions. So if you have questions or want to know any more about this, I'd be happy to. Keep in mind, I'm in the Eastern time zone, so it's way past my bedtime already.
Thank you, Ms. Medina.
You're welcome.
What, at the time, what was the reason for going to an administrative hearing officer? And my apologies for mixing up your title. And can you describe what the benefit was to the administration and the building administrators?
An administrator from COLAC was doing the administrative hearings, and she left, and the assistant superintendent at that time then took over doing the administrative hearings. And they really wanted someone outside the district, preferably an attorney, and they sent out notices to a number of law firms in the Beloit area asking for someone who might be interested in doing the administrative hearing. So that's how I ended up contracting with the district. They just didn't want to do it internally anymore and felt that having two attorneys hear the hearings prior to expulsion or prior to the board making a decision on expulsion was a fair way to do it, and it kept the district more limited in their involvement, since a building administrator can't do the administrative hearing for their own student. By statute, it has to be somebody outside that building. It really became tedious to get an administrator outside the building to keep doing these hearings. So that's how I ended up getting involved until I retired.
And during those expulsion hearings and administrative hearings, what was the role of the board members and the superintendent?
The superintendent really had no role, no active role at all in the expulsion process. The board came in at the end only if there was an expulsion. If the hearing officer denied the expulsion, then it didn't go to the board. That was the end of it, and the student returned to school. If the expulsion hearing officer ordered an expulsion, then it went to the board and they had the final say. They could overturn the hearing officer's decision, they could modify it, or they could approve the decision of the hearing officer.
Who notified the student and or families of the board's decision if it did go to expulsion hearing?
I did. I sent out a copy of the order and the letter explaining the board's decision, with copies, of course, to the administration as well. But I notified the parents and the students from the beginning to the end of the process.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions for Ms. Medina? Thank you. Thank you for your time, Ms. Medina. I really appreciate the work and your dedication and your continued caring for the school district of Beloit. Looks like Dr. Garrison, you have a presentation you want to present?
The information that was shared in board docs is general information to our process before it goes to an expulsion hearing. One of the things that I will share is, as Mrs. Medina just mentioned, the board can hear expulsion hearings if it wants to, or it can, of course, hire an attorney to do so. Adding to my budgetary conversation, of course, we talked about the costs associated with someone doing those conversations over time. And I think Mrs. Medina mentioned that was over 25 years of service doing that work. As just a point of a thought here, the administrative hearing officer, the independent hearing officer is one set of charges, and then the expulsion conversation is another set of charges. Just want to make sure that's something that's also understood. Currently, our current process is, of course, we follow the code of conduct. And from the code of conduct, if there's an administrative hearing required, we have an administrative hearing. From after the administrative hearing, we decide, since like Mrs. Medina mentioned, we do have different programs that we can use now versus what we had in the past. And so the idea of that we just have to, expel students and throw them out of Beloit is not in play. And that's why the board many years ago went to trying to implement different programs to help our students that may fall into, these types of conversations. Dr. Irby talks about a net widening and a net deepening effect. And then the net widening effect is kids should get in trouble at times. They will get in trouble, right? And then naturally, what we've done with the zero tolerance conversation is we've tightened the bottom of the basketball net. And so that now every kid that gets in trouble or possibly gets in trouble is getting caught. Now, I don't know about anyone on this board. I don't think none of us was perfect, whether we was in school or not. We got in trouble sometimes and we fell out of trouble, right? We got in trouble and sometimes we didn't. And thank the man above, thank God that I didn't get in trouble every single time I did something that I wasn't supposed to be doing. I would have been one of those students that, possibly would have been, disciplined differently had that happened. And so in our conversations now, we have different opportunities for our students to continue learning. That's something that's in the strategic plan as well, how we want to continue to engage the whole child. And so that's something that, the board has, committed itself to, and we have programs now that support students. Just by chance, we do have both of our principals here that represents our high school conversation, Mrs. Spells and Dr. Schroeder. Dr. Schrader, sorry. Schroeder, I said it right? Okay, Schroeder, I'm gonna say it right. You didn't look up maybe, so I had to make sure I got it right. We do have different opportunities where we work differently with students. And that's the process as it stands. And so nothing has necessarily changed from the administrative perspective. We still have an independent hearing officer that hears our conversations. We still have conversations around what the code of conduct is stating. We still meet the requirements that we have in our code of conduct, and at times there's an expulsion hearing and at times there's not. There is one thing that has changed in the conversation. I will say that upon my arrival, one of the things that I did ask the building administration to do is to let us know when we are having these types of problems, these types of concerns, because I'm not the administrator that want to sit on the sideline and just let anything happen in this district. I do want to know what's going on. I do want to know what situations had transpired. I do want to know when we have to have these administrative hearings, because I want to know. I mean, that's part of my responsibilities. And in my previous districts, those are some of the things that we did do. And as it pertains to the expulsion process, that has changed over the past 2 years. 2.5 years, I believe. The board now hears the expulsion process. From my own time being here, those processes have been regular. We state our case, just as Mrs. Medina's probably did when she was here. Attorney Medina did when she was here. We have our position, we state our case, and then, of course, the board makes the final decision on the expulsion. Of course, there's parent conversations in between there if they come, but overall, the process has been smooth. From my own recollection and being here in the boardroom. And so that's our process. That's kind of what we're doing and here in the school district. And again, the presentation is as follows.
Thank you. Are there any board questions or comments for Dr. Garrison or Ms. Medina? Ms. Medina, I do have one last question for you. What would you say are the pros and cons of doing it, the process each way?
Well, I haven't been. I've been part of board-held expulsion hearings in other districts to fill in for other attorneys occasionally. The process in Beloit was there were too many expulsions for the board to want to deal with it when I started. And when I say too many, I'm talking, maybe 25 or 30 expulsions a year, and the board just couldn't seem to find the time to want to continue doing that. There were programs involved, and no student was completely left behind. The last number of years that I was involved, even an expelled student was able to go to the alternative program. They weren't just sent home to sit by themselves. They were provided educational services throughout the expulsion if they chose to take advantage of those. The advantage of a hearing officer, I think, is one, it saves time. Two, I think it saves you money from seeing what I saw of the board expenses for attorneys to come in and from Milwaukee to come in and sit through expulsion hearings. When Mike and I were doing the whole expulsion process, we never charged the district more than $30,000 or $40,000 for the entire school year. I think what I saw of the payments made to the Milwaukee firm were a lot higher than that. So cost is one. Having things done very quickly is another. You have a 5-day period in which to hold the administrative hearing and no more than another 10 days for the expulsion hearing. You're looking at some real time crunch for the board to get together and hold these hearings. I don't know how well the processes work because I've not been involved in it in Beloit in the last couple of years.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion on this issue?
So sorry, I have things to say. I just didn't have a question for the person that you invited or for Dr. Garrison.
Okay. Are there any board member comments on this issue? Board member Amy Levy.
Thank you so much. I have seen both sides of the coin. I have served long enough to have that experience. When we had an independent hearing officer to where we are now, so I jotted down some notes, please indulge me. When we had an independent hearing officer and the board was not hearing expulsions directly, administrative packets were incomplete, and we had no way to ask questions. For example, if we get a packet and we get a video of a meeting that we were not a part of, it is the board's responsibility to determine whether a student will maintain or have severely altered their free and appropriate education. So with that responsibility in mind, I want more information and more clarification, not less. I think we owe that to our students. So if I had a question for the independent hearing officer, that person would tell me to refer to the packet. Well, if the packet was incomplete or if that bit of information wasn't included, I just don't have it. It was unclear to me whether all of my colleagues watched the videos thoroughly, judging from the conversation that was in the room. I won't go into greater detail to protect the privacy of closed session. We did not have access to ask questions of students and families who were directly impacted by the potential expulsion. Expulsions, while at times are necessary, are not the best outcomes or the desired impact for any of our students. So for the board to best understand what needs to happen for the student, you need to be able to talk to that student, to talk to the family, to talk to the administrators, to understand the situation before we make a determination. It was my experience that the recommendations we got were boilerplate. We saw a bunch of different situations and they all had the same stamped outcome. I don't think that best serves our students who are up for expulsion or the school communities that they are potentially being removed from. So as a board, we uncovered how the district could have better served our students in the process of hearing and understanding the situations that brought each student to the expulsion hearing. These learnings made our buildings better for all of our students, not just the student that was impacted. Since it's the board's responsibility, whether or not we have an independent hearing officer, to determine the final outcome of an expulsion hearing, I take that responsibility very seriously, and I'm completely uncomfortable with the idea of making that determination without as much information and clarity as possible. I'm completely fine with moving forward with our hearing practices without an attorney. We've done this enough times. There is a script available. We do not need an attorney to come and sit at each expulsion hearing. If some board members are uncomfortable with that, I would recommend we do one final training of all board members so we're all on the same page, and then move forward without the attorney. As an example, this predates my service on the board. We had an attorney at every policy meeting. We removed the attorney from policy meetings, and policy meetings still occur. We've been fine. We can check in with an attorney as we need it, but that was a savings to us. So hopefully that expresses my concern. Again, I think to return to the way we had it is irresponsible, and it does not serve our students well.
Thank you, Ms. Levy, Board Member Levy. Your training, can you explain a little bit, talk a little bit about the training that you had as a board member regarding expulsions?
Absolutely. So, and again, without divulging details, we want to protect closed session. Every expulsion has a script. You start with introductions, you explain how the process is going to go, you hear from the administration, you hear from the student and the family if they are present. Board members are allowed to ask questions. If that is removed and we have a third party doing that work for us, if we have a question to help us understand the process, unless they had magically had the same question, the meeting is over. There's no way to go back and get that information. So I feel very comfortable with the training that we had with the attorney after we made the change, before we did our first expulsion. And again, it's a script. And for those of us who have served longer on the board, one of the things that I'm really proud of is at the end of the expulsion hearing, the room is cleared, it's the board, and we walk through that recommendation line by line. Is this appropriate? Can we meet this? Do we need to make adjustments? So again, the board is still going to be responsible for that, whether we have an independent hearing officer or not. We would just potentially have far less information. And again, I don't think that best serves students.
So, I'm sorry, Ms. Levy. So how frequently did you have trainings from the attorney for your expulsion hearing?
If memory serves me correctly, we had a 2-part training, and then we've had an attorney sit in on every expulsion. I think at this point, we can take the training wheels off. If there are newer board members who want to do that, I believe it was a 2-part training. Correct me if I'm wrong. I would sit through that again. I think it doesn't hurt. And then we move forward with the script, and we help each other through the process if questions come up. I think that is fiduciarily, financially responsible to remove the attorney from every expulsion hearing. We have a script, but we get to hear firsthand what is going on in buildings because we are responsible for determining the outcome of that student. And to put another person in between that, it does not serve students well.
Thank you. Board Member Greg Schneider.
Thank you. I agree with Board Member Levy had to say. A couple other pieces that go along with that is she was right that as we started hearing the expulsion we didn't find a lot of the information in the packet that was there, which means that the independent hearing officer was not receiving all of the information that they needed either in order to make the best decision possible. Through the meetings, we have sent requests back through the superintendent saying we really would like to see some more of this information that we have so that we can make a better decision. It does take the board time to go through it because we have to consider both what's in the best interest of this district, but also what is in the best interest of the student. And there's been one case where an individual was up for an expulsion, and the board agreed that due to the situation that was appropriate. But there were a lot of instances behind that which also meant that the individual needed some assistance in order to receive their free and public education. And so that we could then take that and consider that and make a request going back saying, okay, the expulsion is appropriate, it is there, but let's consider this other part because this, I think, is going to be in the best interest of the individual student. But it also meant the best interest for the school district. So it's seeing those nuances that happened. We have a better understanding of the hearings and what's happening in the schools. I think the school district has a better understanding of the process and the information that should be at hearings. We have never gone back and said, okay, this is a problem with this administrator. It's their fault they didn't do it. This is the process that's been used. There are some things that we need to tweak in the process in order to make sure that everything is best for the district and best for that individual student as we move forward. And I think we lose that piece when we go to an independent hearing officer. That those are things that we as a board were able to help define and to provide some leadership and some changes that we needed to do to the process to make it a better process for the students.
Board Member Megan Miller.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this. Since I get to be grandma board and I've been here, I think longer than anybody right now, I'm going to speak from some perspective. I was the board president when we made this decision. I was ambivalent, to be honest. I heard a lot of really good arguments both ways. Like when the decision came up, I believe it was June of 2021. And, the board decided to give it a shot. And I want to just say, as somebody who was sort of unsure about what that outcome would be, I found the trainings, and it was Board Member Levy, I believe, one singular two-part training, right, that was delivered by the attorneys. I found it to be extremely informative. As somebody who, just I guess from my perspective as a teacher and as a parent, woven into my role as a board member, I just think having that, that opportunity to exercise, I'm saying this wrong, so let me just start over, right? Like every kid has a constitutional right to a free and appropriate public education and the Wisconsin State Constitution. And I guess I didn't really know what I didn't know until I had the opportunity, and I'm going to say even gift, of being able to hear these expulsions. It's heartbreaking. It's not something I look forward to, but it's really informed my work, not only as a board member, but also as a teacher and a parent, really just to be a part of that process. And I think that our district, I will just echo Board Member Levy and Board Member Schneider's comments. I believe that our district functions better because of it. I am so proud of and pleased of the work of everybody in the entire expulsion process, because I believe, in the spirit of continuous improvement, I think everybody has risen to the occasion, and I'm so much more pleased with the process now than I was. This is my 6th year on the board, right, than when we first started hearing them. So I would just, I think the only other thing I wanted to highlight that hasn't been said already is during that 2-part process, and I think I actually have my notes right here from it. Rob Bukema was the one who gave us the training, And he did point out, like way back in 2021, like, hey, we'll be, you can have the attorneys for a little while and then just go ahead and lift us right off. Because one of the reasons it's actually one of the deciding reasons for me to go to that change was the potential savings on our budget. So I think it's in the spirit of many of the conversations that I've heard this evening, we're going to have to do some things that we're uncomfortable with for the benefit of keeping direct services to students as much as possible. And I think it's a great idea to revise our expulsion process, maybe just to kind of take the training wheels off, like Board Member Levy said, and keep rolling on our own, get a really good training, maybe get something built in to new board member onboarding, and, just do it attorney free.
Thank you. Board Member Brian Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I think I couldn't agree. I won't be long-winded. I couldn't agree anymore with Board Member Levy. I think hearing things firsthand has been key for me in the expulsion hearings, and being able to hear those questions and capture information that if you're not in the live meeting might not get asked. Also in the spirit of if we're looking for ways to save funds, I think we've got 7 smart people, and if we want to use what we know and the experience we have and follow the script that's worked, I think that's definitely worth a go. The only reason I would consider wanting to go back is if it became administratively burdensome on us, because we're back to doing 25 and 30 expulsions, right? I mean, that is a whole separate issue. I think that would cause us to want to reconsider, but at least I'm in my 3rd year, we can handle a couple expulsions a year, which is what we've had the last few years.
Thank you. Are there any other? Brian Nichols, Board Member Brian Nichols.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. I do have a question. Well, I'm going to make a statement, then I have a question. The statement is I've been involved in 4 expulsion hearings since being on the board, and to date there's not been one family member or student here for the expulsion hearings. So that takes me to the question I'd like to ask Mrs. Medina is, what percentage of the time did you actually get to talk to a student and parent in the process?
Most of the time. I mean, there were occasions when no one would show up, but most of the time people came to the administrative hearing and to the expulsion hearing. There weren't a lot of occasions when no one showed up at all. And I just want to add, I was not the administrative hearing officer when any of you were on the board, except for Board President Johnson when she was on earlier. So I really don't know what happened after I left in terms of questions. The other thing you need to be aware of, and this is off your topic, Board Member Nichols, but at the expulsion review by the board, no one can really talk about what happened outside of the hearing. The administrative hearing was less formal, and I acquired a lot more information than what often came forward at the expulsion hearing. But you could only review what happened at the expulsion hearing. I mean, it's like an appeal process. You can't hear things outside of that hearing and take that into consideration. So, and the districts I know of that I've worked with in the past, where the board hears the expulsions, there's always been an attorney present. I know Rob probably told you otherwise, but every district in the whole area around Beloit that I'm familiar with, if they had the board hear the expulsions, and not a lot of districts do that anymore, there was always an attorney present, except during the board deliberations.
Thank you. I appreciate you answering that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Tom Hankins.
I would just like to ask either the building administrators in the audience if they have a feeling in one way or the other on the present way that expulsions are handled in your building.
The administration, thank you for the question, Ms. Hankins. The expulsion process is what the board hears. The administrative hearing process is what we hear. If from the administrative hearing process, we believe it should be escalated to an expulsion process, that's when all of us get involved. That's when all of us are, in this space discussing the students' disciplinary behaviors. So that's the administrator's position.
Thank you. Board Member Megan Miller, did you have your hand up? I guess not.
I did. I just wanted to. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I am so sorry. I am really not trying to be interruptive. It's a silly delay, and try to be more in the future. Sorry about that. Anyway, no, I just wanted to jump in and say, I mean, on the aggregate of the 2.5 or 3 years or so that we've done this, I'm not sure what we're allowed to talk about since it's we're not supposed to talk about it. But I would say that we have heard from students and families. Just wanted to weigh in on the very important point I think that Brian Nichols brought up.
Any other board member comments or questions?
I do have one question. Are we using this time to serve as our annual kind of decision-making of whether or not we have an independent hearing officer for determining pupil expulsions? Or is this just a general discussion of the process and that official determination will come at a later date?
General discussion. Thank you, Ms. Medina, for joining us tonight and your information. Would anyone like to make a motion, or are we all good? Go ahead.
I just want to go back to, I think Board Member Levy was getting around to, I don't understand. We were looking at this from a cost-saving analysis of not having an attorney present and going in the direction where we police ourselves. Are we deciding that tonight? Is that what we're here for?
This is a general
Just a
discussion,
general-
but if you...
Is that the feeling as a cost-saving measure that we not do the attorney present at the expulsion hearing? If we move that way.
It could be, it sounds
Okay.
like. And it looks like Megan Miller has her hand up again.
Sure. I mean, I guess if we can make a motion, I mean, if you're asking for a motion, I mean, I guess I would move that we continue with our current practice of hearing our own expulsion hearings with the decision of the extent to which there is attorney participation to be determined after further discussion with administration.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion by Megan Miller and a second by Board Member Amy Levy. And
I'm so sorry. Just for clarification, I pulled up a previous order, and the cadence has been effective July 1st and then running through June 30th of the following year. So if we are saying that we want to continue our current practice, I think this is something that we have to revisit annually. And again, that time frame is July 1 through June 30th of the following year.
okay, so are you asking Board Member Megan Miller to make an amendment to add a time?
So I blew it because I came up with this brilliant revelation after I
That's right,
provided
you
a
already
second.
seconded.
So I would like to make a motion to amend our main motion to include that the board would continue our current practice of hearing expulsion hearings, continuation from July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025.
And I'll
I
second
would
that.
second that amendment. No, go ahead, Brian, you got it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So now that I've thoroughly confused everyone, we're just voting on amending to add a date. So if we vote yes to this, then we'll go back to the main motion, which would be for the board to continue our practice with this time frame included. And again, my apologies, everyone.
Okay, and to add even more confusion to it, Board Member Megan Miller, can you reread what your part of the motion was?
Oh, yeah, my pleasure. I hadn't had anything written, so I'll do my best to replicate it. I would like to move that the board can, so my original motion, I would like to move that the board continue its current practice of hearing our own expulsion hearings, with whether or not attorneys, or the extent to which attorneys will be involved, to be determined at a later date after administration has had a chance to weigh in.
And then my motion is to amend the main motion to include a time frame of July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025.
Okay. Thank you. So we have an amendment by Amy Levy, a second by Brian Anderson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Excuse me. And the original motion now, which was?
So now the
So I was
amended
just
motion.
moving
The
to
amended
continue.
motion by,
Oh, sorry.
the amended motion that, excuse me, losing my throat now, that was originally by Megan Miller, seconded by Amy Levy with the amendment, right? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Medina. We appreciate, oh, looks like we've already lost her. Okay. That brings us to the consent agenda. Typically, there is no separate discussion of the items unless a board member so requests, in which event the items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. And we have already removed 6C and 6F. Can I get a motion for, or? 6C and 6F removed.
I move approval of the consent agenda minus items 6C and 6F.
Second.
A motion by Amy Levy and Greg Schneider. Was that you who seconded? Thank you. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Okay. Well, I was going to ask if we wanted to go into closed session for any. We are at the employment recommendations. We do have an approval of closed session minutes, 7B, and we have the HR Committee Employment Recommendations Exhibit A. Are there any public session questions or comments about item C? I did have one, and I'm wondering if Ms. Emily Darius has the salary range for the athletic director. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, does anyone have a need to go into closed session? Okay, before we vote on this, we will have to remove the individual Ivory Carroll from that.
There's a appeal in process for Ivory Carroll, and we need to pull that from the requisition at the current time.
Can I get a motion to approve employment recommendation Exhibit A as amended by Dr. Garrison with the removal of that individual?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Greg Schneider, seconded by, was that Amy Levy that second? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Pardon me, point of clarification. Greg Schneider moved and Amy Levy seconded. Thank you.
Future board meeting dates.
Our next board meeting date is June the 4th, followed by June 18th. And there's a potential committee meeting for the Business Services and Finance Committee conversation that Board Chair Anderson and I will have.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Have a great night. Thank you.